Hello, everybody. How is it going? Hello, Daedalus. Hello, Alien. I'm proud of you for getting your work done. Bro, this playlist gonna make me fall asleep. I'm just gonna make sure my mic is okay for today, which it is. And then I'm changing the fucking playlist, dude. I'm about to fall asleep. Hi, Elaine. Hope you're having a terrific Thursday. Reminding that you're phenomenal. Oh, thank you, Room Bear Dad. That's so appreciated. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Welcome on in. Let's see. I want a different playlist because today's day list makes me eepy. Oh, this was like bad bitch energy. This one's not bad. I wouldn't mind some funk. Do they have like moods? Where's the moods? She's ready for a sequel. Oh. They have ones that are like based off of moods, I feel like. I'm just happy. Oh, they have sing-along ones? Well, I didn't know they had sing-along ones. They used to have like a thing where it's like it was just like emotions. Did they not have that in? Did they remove that? Oh, I hope they didn't. Look up mood. Playlists. Oh, okay. Let's do like lock-in. Or like hype. I want some hype shit. Hello, Big Joe. Oh, okay. Upbeat hyper pop mix. What about this one? Wait, there's a hype bangers only. I like this cover. I judge them a lot by like what cover they use. I don't know if I'm in the vibe for this one either. What about this one? Wait, what about this one? I like this. The look of this one is looking... I don't know what this song is, though. The rest of them kind of looked good, though. Maybe, like, Jam? Dun 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 dun. Or, oh, wait. I got this. Bangers. Hype car bangers. What is this one? I've been out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be damned because I want it all. Started out with a kiss. How did it end up like this? It was only a kiss. I have to uninstall shit on my computer. I'm only a cab. Gonna smoke and she's taking a drag. Bed and my stomach is sick. And now she's touching his chest. Now he takes off her dress. Now let me go. LMNO. What the fuck? I just can't look. It's killing me. There it is. Hey, Mighty Jackson Gaming. Welcome on in, my dude. How's it going? Thank you for the check-in. I hope you're having a great day. I don't want to change my... Let me hold on. Let me put up my hair. Let me lock the fuck in. But it's just the price I pay. Thank you for the peps. Alright, now I'm a bit happier with the size of my... There we go. Yeah. Okay, cool. I miss the bright side. What am I doing today? Stuff and things. Stuff and things. Doing just fine. Gotta be damned because I want it all. I think... Yeah, this was for yesterday. Then we can set up the one for today. I'm falling asleep. And he's taking a tab. Smoke. And he's taking a drag. And my stomach is sick. He's touching his chest now. She takes off her dress. Now let me go. It might be same stuff. Look, been brainstorming ideas for a fanfic all day. Time to finish this current chat and move on to the next. Fuck yeah. Go be productive. Thank you for the follow. And I hope you have a good lurk. Thank you. Jealousy, turning saints into the sea, turning to sick lullabies, choking on your alibis. I think that's what I have to do as pre-prep. I'm gonna do the rest of it on the work PC. Eager eyes, I miss the bright side. I never. I actually don't know if that's the lyric. Is that the lyric in that part? I can't check because mouse is connected differently. Yeah, cool. I just do this. Oh, my nose itches like a motherfucker. Hello, Fox. Welcome on in. Just do highlights. Download this one. My internet's being kind of dumb today. Okay. 23. Oh my god, my neck. Oh, this one didn't have a thumbnail. Hello, still doomed punk. Welcome on in. How you doing today? I'll fix that later. I don't have that on here. Okay, those are downloading. I need to upload stuff. So we'll start with this. We start with Vibe and Shine. We kind of go backward. How's it going? It's going pretty good. How are you? My eyeballs are very sleepy right now, but we're doing pretty good. Go accept. I'm good. Just fighting a duck with a gun. Excuse me? Ducks don't have opposable thumbs to do that. What do you mean? I wish to know more. Tell me more. How ducks don't have opposable thumbs? How do they do that? Let's just go up higher. There we go. Uh-oh, did I? Oh. Edit dates. This one comes out the 31st. He ain't ducking around. Ah, shit. He ain't ducking around. Fuck. Better get that bitch. You better get that bitch. I gotta disable the shit. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. Uh-huh. I don't know why, but I thought it was gonna be like, Shawty, it's your birthday. I thought that's what the song was, but it wasn't. So I'm a little sad, but that's okay. Oh, right. 57. Shine tags. Never be yours apart. Read magazines. Oh, hey, my star. Hello, Vex. Welcome on in. How are you doing? I hope you're having a better day today. The ducker has a second. That ducker has a. How does that work? I don't think something can have Second Amendment rights if it doesn't have a pair of thumbs. Ducks don't have thumbs. They just have wings. Under my umbrella. Under my umbrella. Under my umbrella. Oh, I didn't. Edit by Nickel. Shut up, 3. Under my umbrella. Actually, let me go to the TikTok one. Using his beak to pull the trigger? But then how would he aim? How would the fucker aim, bro? Even though deaf people cannot speak, they cannot lose their rights to freedom of speech. That duck has Second Amendment rights. So you're on the duck side. Okay. I mean, I guess. As long as they use their Second Amendment rights for good. Under my umbrella. Under my umbrella. Ella, Ella, under my umbrella. Rights have nothing to do with the ability. They are inalienable. Okay, fair, but also duck is animal though. We just wing. Okay, fair. Shine together. Don't you want to be there forever? I only have your friend. Not to the end. More than ever. We'll have each other. Umbrella. Umbrella. Ella, Ella, Actually, hold on, let me undo that. Okay. Umbrella. Vexed, I'm gonna be real with you. I think I'm gonna, and I think that this may or may not be a bit different. Gonna be honest, I think you kind of flabbergasted me there a little bit, bud. I mean, like, I'm not saying that you're wrong. Never claim that you were wrong. Just not where I would have gone with that. But you know what? Fair. You know what? Fair. All right, we'll leave it at that, huh? Is this the song I think it is? Do they have a Insta? I feel like they would. I say this like one of my favorite foods isn't duck confit. That's fair, but on God, you listen. I was ready for the right hook. I was not prepared for that left hook. Let me tell you what. That left hook took me out a little bit. I'm gonna do some Looney Tunes type shit. I'm gonna paint a tunnel on a brick wall. Do it. They'll fall for it, I believe. They have a TikTok. They do. I was already following them. Hello, Shippy. How are you? Welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely day. Oh my gosh, Shippy. What's up, Queen? You decided to argue with a marketing major? Marketing is just arguing while pretending you aren't. No fair. That's probably why I'm not the greatest at marketing. Not gonna lie. I'm not one to argue. Want to know? I do. I'd love to. I love curse mashups, especially of songs, like popular songs. I think like punk metal and pop go oddly well together a lot of the times. And Childish Gambino. Oh fuck, we should listen to some Childish Gambino today. Upload. Downloads. This one. Open. Use. Upload file. 22. VODs. Second. I can also hide this one because I fixed it. Oops. Two. There's a mashup of You Made Me Feel Like Dancing with Sad by True Metallica. Is that on Spotify? You made me feel like dancing. Oh, I don't think it is. I bet that'd be a banger mashup though. TikTok mashups. I'm kind of interested in this. Hold on, I kind of want to know what this is about. It's on YouTube. I'll look it up. Dancing X. Okay, I just gotta make sure it's like not gonna come through. I'm not gonna get copyright stricken. Nope. Advanced properties. Okay. There we go. And then. Boop, boop. Oh my gosh, streaking! Thank you for sharing your streaks with me, Shippy. Man, going outside in this weather with wet hair was dumb. I would say a little bit. Gotta do Thursdays first. His match's name Bill McLintock, and it's fucking amazing. He does have I'm interested in this Earth, Kiss, and Fire. I was made for Boogie Wonderland. I'm very interested in that one. Also, I realized this is like very loud. I have to like turn it down. Sorry, I didn't realize it was so loud. My bad. Hello, Rhino. How you doing today? 46. Alright, now my neck hurts, so I can't keep bobbing it like that. I'm good. I'm good. I'm actively trying to catch a mouse? Why are you trying to catch a mouse? ELUTHARIA. No. Do 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 do. Oh shit, they followed me back. That's crazy. I don't have a mouse in my kitchen, so I'm trying to get it. I believe in you. I spelled that name wrong. Oh, I did. Okay, I failed to get it. You got this. Poe with cats. Uh-oh. It's okay. You got this. I believe. LEUTHARIA. Got it. I don't know if they have an Insta. And the Mad Good mashup by him is Super Fool's mashup of Aretha Things, Chain and Fools, and Black Sabbath Super Not. Bet. Think. I think just saying L's model. Fine. Yes. Now I just have to fix this. I was made for loving you, baby. You were made for loving me. I would get enough of you. As a godfather of soul metal. I could see it, honestly. I can see that. Yeah, I've never heard about them until you mentioned them, but I like them quite a bit. What is their TikTok? This. Should be good now. And the rest of these are just normal. Oh my god, my neck is just so stiff right now. What does this mashup slap? I can fucking believe it. I could believe it. Let's just do 3 p.m. and then for here, 7 do here, and then this one is Wednesdays. Did you know this one? Put a thumbnail. This one, excerpt. Land. Do 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 do. Do you like George Michael? I don't know who that is off the top of my head. But I don't see why not. Bro, my neck is stiff as a motherfucker and it hurts. I don't know why. I do like Careless Whisper. I do like Careless Whisper, actually. Did he also do that song? I know a lot of songs, but I don't know a lot of, like, names of songs. I need to switch what I'm drinking because my brain needs caffeine. This playlist is not as good. Yeah, it was when he was part of Wham. I didn't. Okay, we're learning. Also, I want to go back to this playlist. And we're gonna listen to this song again because it's a fucking banger, bro. I'm doing just fine. Gotta be damned because I want it all. Kiss, how did it end up like this? Sorry. Also, welcome on in, Fayeborn Bella. I hope you're doing well. I love your model, by the way. I'm trying going to bed and my stomach is sick on my head, but she's touching his chest now. He takes off her dress. Now let me go. What is better for stiff muscles, heat or cold? Heat is generally better for stiffness. Okay, I might have to get a hot pack in a second. Do I have that in my office? Actually, I don't know if I have that in my office. Maybe not. Turning saints into the sea, turning through sick lullabies. Thank you. My friends made it as a gift. I'm so lucky. Oh, that's so nice. That's very pretty. I could like it. Hello. Oh my god, I haven't heard this. Oh, so good. Hello, Stripes. Isn't it such a good song, though? Eyes, I missed the bright side. I forgot what I was doing because I got distracted with music. 64. Bonk. Got me. Smoke any shaking up. I have Wham's Travel Club and Slayer's War Ensemble. We should listen to it. It's named Tropicana War Ensemble. Well, listen. If you if you redeem something that is 5, hold on. Do we have any other? Because we have a song redeem, so I can't just give you all your songs for free. If you click vocal stim, same price, I'll play it. Jealousy, turning saints into the sea, choking a sick lullaby choking on your alibis, and it's just the price I pay. Destiny is got eyes, the bright side. That's pixels. If we have any hot packs in the house, my neck is dying. Hello, Lady Ace. Welcome on in. How you doing? Let me see if we have any hot packs in the house. Doing alright, just finished eating lunch. What did you have for lunch, my dear? Hope you had something tasty. Bro, J-Lo in her prime, bro. I wonder if it's because of my hairband. It could have been. Let me just put it in a hair clip then. Oh, I mixed them up. Oops. Love this song. It's a good song. I miss the old J-Lo. That's fine. Thank you. I could do that now because I was thinking of getting some of the other things I was looking to get, and then yes. And when you're done with your meeting, there's a pair of headphones that I think I like that I want to try, but I'm send you them. There was a good like comparison website that I found that I'll send you that too. It's the night I waited that I can sit on the floor. Had some Church's chicken for lunch and some chicken strips. Oh, you had a mighty feast. I'm jealous. Sounds delicious. Okay, I have to order stuff on Amazon really quick. And by order, I mean put them in my cart and then maybe get them if they are good. I miss the oldest Sevenfold. I mean, 90% of the band is still... Yeah, but, like, once one member kind of isn't really in it, it's not the same. Oh, my neck. Oops. Go. London to Ibiza. Up to Africa. Dance the night away, baby, life and down on the floor. So I gotta get ready. Have a good rest of the stream, and later on my other. Okay, have a good time getting ready. I hope you guys so cute and all up. The rev is gone, but that motherfucker still credited on their new album, "Life Is But a Dream." That makes sense. I mean, like, I don't know. When you have a tight knit band, you can't help but just credit them, you know. Ow, what the fuck? Ow. One of my hairs got caught in my necklace, and then I tried to move my necklace, and I fucking yanked. That shit hurt. Hit on the floor. Oh, hold on. I have to check something. Yeah. Oh. Oh. I put the ice pack on my neck anyway. Ew, $32. 32 divided by 5 is what, 6? I can't do math. 32 by 5. 6, yeah. I don't know my size. How do you know the size of this? Is that in a lane? Hello! Hi, Gabby. Hi, Gabby. How are you? What the fuck? Oh. Hello. How you doing? We love data entry, girl. Yeah, we do. We love all the girlies out here. Just say, where the fuck? I need my tape measure. Oh, there it is. I could not do this habitually. Is that what you're doing? Are you doing data entry right now? Oh, my brain. Oh, my brain. Okay. Is that the? Oh, are you okay? Who is that to? Is that for me or is that for Daedalus? Probably for Daedalus. You got the Daedalus. It's gonna be okay. I promise. Luckily, you don't have to do it all the time. Am I right? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Amass a swath of new leads thanks to a successful news interview. Ooh, fancy, fancy. Yes, you. I was worried with the expression on your face. You look worried. Nah, that just happens easily when I raise my eyebrows. You missed my message, woman? Bro, do not be acting like this. I read your Mattel message with you misspelling Mattel. Ya boob. I'm doing things. Ya boob. And because you bonked me? The audacity? I'm not scrolling up. Your favorite girl. Let's roll up this tape measure now. Oh. That's it. You're going to 1940s Germany? This is my house! I'm going nowhere, dog! I am going literally nowhere. And you cannot make me. Oh, my neck hurts. The ice feels good, but I don't know if this is good for it. Wasted. My neck, my back, my noo and my crack. I like this one a lot. This one looks nice. What do the reviews say? Whoa. Never gonna change me, yo. Whoa. I like these ones. What are the reviews? These aren't like highly reviewed though. They're like only 20 reviews. My pocket got a pocket full of sunshine. I gotta know when it's all mine. Whoa. Chicks and John, cause they're never gonna face me. Some stones are never gonna break me, yo. I'm excited for your debut, by the way, Gabby. I hope you have so much fun. Sunshine, I gotta know when it's all mine. Whoa. I'm excited, stressed, but excited. I got a lot of planning to do. Yeah, that's understandable. What day is the 20th? It's the 20th, right? Yep. What day is the 20th? Isn't that like a Friday? It is a Friday. I'm excited nonetheless. Gonna be back later? No problem. Thank you for hanging out. We'll be here if you need anything from us. This is the one I was looking at already. Yeah, I'm lucky I got a lot of chill friends. I just love hosting stuff, but I get so nervous making sure everyone... that's so fair. That's how I feel whenever I host a collab, is I want everybody to have a good time, so I'm trying to accommodate for everyone, but then I don't end up accommodating for myself. But I think for your debut, the most important part is that we are there for you. And you should, like, that's, I think, is the biggest thing, is that we are there for you and to celebrate you. So what? We smoke weed. We just hanging fun. We don't care who sees what we'll have. That's what we're supposed to be. Going young and wild and free. This one. Okie dokie. I'm gonna close all this now. I can get to work. Go drunk. So what? We smoke weed. We're just hanging fun. Yeah, true. But seeing my friends happy always makes me the happiest. I will always am glad everyone forces breaks down my last time I almost forgot to schedule a break till 3 days before. Yeah, you gotta have breaks. Yeah, Yeah. Breaks are important, especially if you're doing a longer stream. Longer streams mean you should have more breaks, in my opinion. I learned my lesson! I'm glad. I'm glad, but we'll be there to take care of you too, so. But I am excited nonetheless. It will be a banger of a time, I am sure of it. See, that's how it's supposed to be. Been young and wild and free. Make some generic thumbnails sometime from a VOD channel. That's what I just have like I have the folder just that's full of just different reactionary pictures, and then I just put icons of whatever I did that day. So what? We smoke weed. So they're all pretty samesies, but it kind of shows what's going on. That's how it's supposed to be. Ah, excuse me. Sorry. But yeah, see, so it's like I have like they're similar. Like I've always done the like what did I do today as icons, and then me is like different like when I used to be my chunky model, I used to make different hats for every stream. Yeah, most of my streams are just art stuff, so I should make an art one at least. Yeah, I think I liked what was her name? Fox Assassin. Oh, Kyrie? I liked Kyrie's vids. I don't know if she has them on here like this. Yeah, they have like, I don't think it'll show it like that. But yeah, like with this one, it's like kind of like a little bit of what the art is, and it'll say it's like work in progress. She had another one. I just don't remember what it was. Did she put it on YouTube? Oh, Kyrie Bods. There we go. Yeah, she kind of does like a little before and after art process for her art stuff. Oh, I think it might have, was it a Go Live post? It might have been a Go Live post that I really liked. Jackson, I am for real. I think it was like her drawing, and then she had a preview of her tablet, and then on the tablet was what she wanted to work on that day. Ever meant to make it out to cry. That way, like, you could just do the same pose of drawing, and then, like, whatever you're working on is in that screen. Kind of like this, I guess. I don't remember where I saw it. It must have been a while ago. Yeah. I bet you'll make it all pretty, too. Okie dokie. This is all scheduled. I think I got all that stuff good and taken care of. It is time to do stuff the way. Forever, ever. Do we have... I don't know if we have the stuff for the Kickstarter updates. Is that in the Discord? Looks like spooky. Okay, for real. Can I have the text of the latest Kickstarter Starter update. One of my post debut goals is to consistently post VODs with thumbnails and stuff like that. That's valid. Yeah, I usually do. I think what's easier a lot of the times is to do it a week behind, because like Twitch will keep your VOD, your highlights for a while until like, you know, this gets full. And I've like kind of learned that if you do it like a week before, so like I have the VODs from a week before, and then those go onto YouTube, and then I delete them. So that way I don't have to feel like I'm keeping up with every single day. So that way if I have a day where I didn't highlight my stuff, I don't feel like I'm lagging. Like I have 2 highlights to delete, and then the other ones. Yeah, that's your point. Yeah. It's a good I feel like it's a good strat. Alright, enshrined. New project? We'll call this Kickstarter template. Except I'm gonna spell template wrong. Pog. Okay. Video editing, enshrined. Devlog. Also had potatoes today, and oh, I love potatoes. Starch and potatoes make me so happy. _. Me, what you know about me? Lip gloss is pumping. I love potatoes. Potatoes are just the best. Okay. Cool. My lip gloss be popping. You guys can't hear, but I get to for work. I get to edit a devlog for work, and it's Pixels' voice, my significant other, and I get to listen to it. I'm like, hello, Sonic. So my father poured hot Cheetos into a Ziploc bag, and the amount of chips. Wait, so my father poured hot Cheetos into a Ziploc bag. The amount of chips were in the baggie compared to the. Oh my god, bro. That should make me so mad. The amount of air that you're buying versus chip, bro. Disgusting. Makes me so mad. I really like when you boil roast potatoes, especially when it's soft. Mwah. I love potatoes in all forms. As potato chips, as fries, as mash. I specifically like corned beef hash a lot. But I think I do like roasted potatoes a lot. But yeah, no, I don't. Isn't there like a specific thing that it can't be? Like you can't have X amount of air in it? It's those sandwich baggies you use at school and work. I love sandwich baggies. They're such a good size. But that's so sad. How much? That's so sad. Makes me so sad. Were the hot Cheetos at least good? Wait, does that sound okay? Ooh, no. I think I kind of like. That's fine. I think that was good. Ooh, I have to share something with the work. My work. Game directors. Is the... Can I connect metrical? Connect metrical with Google. When you say potatoes, I'm thinking of Lord of the Rings, Frodo's. Oh my god! Who played Spyro? What the fuck? I didn't know that he played Spyro. The fuck? PCI account link from Google Calendar. Okay, hold on. Okay, wait, shit. Hold on. Like, promises. Actually, I should do these now. Give me more. It was so cold that my tongue hurt from eating hot food. Pokey, go inside. Go inside, please. What was I doing? Oh, I was adding the calendar. Connecting metrical Google allows you to import and view events by iCal URL, Google Calendar. Go to planning, add calendar. Girl, I'm inside now. I just got in. Shit, I was just making sure. To integrate Google Calendar. Oh! Michael Cera played Brother Bear. What the fuck? What do you mean? I don't like... I feel like I don't like knowing these things. I feel like it makes sense. How do you use social calendars and metrical Google Calendar, metrical integration? What is this? I want this inverted, actually. He was young. He was a young little lad. I mean, they all gotta start somewhere. I'm in the planning dashboard. I will ask support. Hello, can you connect metrical with Google Calendar? Before he was Scott Pilgrim. Michael Cera is such an awkward little guy. I feel like he'd make a good brother. Just gonna wait for them to reply. Actually, while I wait, I can do this. Wait, is this a breath here? Yes, it was a quick one, but it's still a breath. Oh, it says play a game. I can play Flappy Bird. Oh, it's so fucking loud. It hurts my ear, but I can't stop playing. Is this Google spread? No, this is metrical. Oh my god, that's so fucking loud. Stop playing. Oh my god. Fun fact, during the making of Sao Paulo vs. the World, all the actors in the Sex Bombs, with the exception of Sarah, had musical talent. That's actually fucking sick. That's actually really cool. I didn't know that. But it, like, makes sense in a weird way. Unfortunately, it is not possible. Okay, thank you. Okay, that's fine. So here's the videos I plan to post for Thursday and Tuesday, Thursday. Tuesday and Thursday. Okay, oh yeah. That was the end of that sentence. World building. Just what you like. They had to learn on the spot? Damn. Upside down. This one. And what were the... Oh, they were in the archive, the new speed paints. Da, la, 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 the jacked in eerie desert, bobbit worm, and the jackal. Okay, so that means... That means it'll go the steak. It was. My taste was Kids Bop. It was. And now that's what I call music. Wow, the shifty man. Seeing the second one. Just. Na, 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 na. So, how did I say it was? Shit. We will do the jackal. Oh my god, I have too many things open. I hope we make another art with the jackal plant. So I might hide this one. I'm so far ahead, I did this a little bit much. They were founded by Razor and Tie Records. Create custom trade. Let's see, create post. That's not what I want. Cancel. Button, I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny. Oh. Get sprung. So what's your job exactly? I'm a marketing media person. I do all the media marketing for Enshrined. I returned, was dealing with some personal emergency, missing earring. I hope you found it. Song is so me. Fuck yeah. So this is for next week. Show percentage. So this will go on all platforms, including... I might just duplicate this tab. And then put this one here so that way I can have it in both, because I'm not working with... Oh. Okay, there. I haven't, but I have a replacement pair in the meantime. Do you, considering that you were kind of panicked, is it because you recently got your ears done? When Mix-a-Lot performed this song with an orchestra, the amount of white chicks on stage was insane. Listen, man. If they got back, did it matter? Hmm? Integrate. Connect Google Calendar to Metrical. Free forever. So you do marketing. Yuppers. I was hoping to find something easier for a calendar thing, but it's fine. No, but the pair are an heirloom I got from a family friend as a child. He got them for his... You'll find them. You'll find them. I believe. You'll find them. That's no problem. You'll find them. It'll be okay. You'll find them. Hello, Condemned. Welcome on in. Let's do world building. Oh, I didn't make a description. Fuck me. To a new series here. Just can't stop yapping. I did that part of my yapping. Is that be attributed to some new series about Enshrined. This one specifically is about Enshrined overall. He's just spread. Oh, this is a spreadsheet. This one is a spreadsheet. This is for all my scripts. Thank you. Just doing some stuff for my debut to distract myself in the meantime. Fair? What are you currently working on? Thank you for the save. I need to save this guy, because this guy is... Oh, I forgot to do the... Oh, no, it's fine. Thank you for the wellness check. Really? An anaconda. That's fair. I feel like, for a lot of people that might have been, you know, like, if they didn't know, I feel like, anaconda really popularized the track that it was sampled from. Okay, and then... Playlist. Can I add a new playlist? I don't know if I'm logged into that YouTube on this. I am not. Okay. I just won't add it to a playlist for now. This will be... I want a different the enshrined world building. Like, I don't really like that. I always loved Sir Mix-a-Lot more than Anaconda because I was too autistic to understand sampling as a child and I didn't know how people thought it was original. Fair. That's fair. I just like big bumping beats. Like he likes big bumping booty. I want to use the word scriptures. The scriptures of Enshrined. And then symbols? I want a symbol, but I don't know what I want. Is there a tree? What about a crown? Diamond. Also, I'm making to show off my model. Yippee! That's exciting. I hope it turns out magnifique. I hope you blow up and then act like you know everybody. Then I hope it's awesome. I need a symbol. If I look up scary, what happens? Oh my. Okay. I like this one. Does this work? I don't know what tab I'm in. of like that one. Stripes. Like, could I do... Maybe I could do like a... Oh. No, I saw something that kind of makes sense. I'm probably into older women because I'm autistic and like straightforwardness. That's possible. That makes sense. I mean, honestly, that's why I mean, outside of just I don't really like guys my age. I think that might also be why I liked older guys. I do like older guys, you know? That my tism. I will say though, going through therapy and learning that I have autism has helped me combat, I feel like, a lot of things in my life where I'm like, I just don't know why this is happening. I'm a normal person. This shouldn't be happening. I don't have any problems. And then like learning that I have autism and then like dealing with, like, for example, I'll have autism meltdowns where like I'm just too overwhelmed and then I just kind of freak out, and knowing how to take care of myself and kind of calm myself down and how to talk to myself or how to tell others to interact with me when I'm like that has helped me so much. Shoo, shoo. I kind of like this one. Vocal stem, you got it.
I don't need it. I don't need it. I definitely don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it.
And then get one more for free.
Peanut butter jelly the long
way.
Peanut butter
jelly
the long way.
Miss you. Miss you. I need it. I don't know if that symbol will work, but da da la da 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 da. Da da la da 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 la da 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 la da 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 da. Actually, I wanted that, and then are there shorter ones? I miss you. They have the world's greatest dessert. What is it? Berry apple pie. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Vertical line symbols. There we go. Oh, um, shit. I wish I'd invert that, but I don't think I can. Triple vertical line. Does that have a meaning? For context, my partner has spent a lot of 14 hours in a single CSV, and I am now taking lead on inputting data, probably for about halfway done. Fuck yeah! You guys got this. You guys got this. I could have never set up such a good. She's a gem. We love the women that can, you know, sprinkle in a little bit of that beauty in a spreadsheet. Oh, vertical bars. How does that look? I just really wish I could have the one that I saw, but like inverted this one. So that would have been nice. But I think I'm only gonna be able to get the 3 lines. That's just one symbol. How about this one? Why not? Hmm. I wonder if there's any other symbols that might look better. Wasted. I have a stress ball, and I'm not stressed, but I keep squishing it. It's fine. I'm on the fix so I can watch stream. Yay! Welcome back to Income Pact. Hello, Fruit Bat. Hello, thank you for the check-in. Hello, hello. How are you guys doing today? I'm trying to pick a symbol that I like. Adventure. He's dead. Ooh. How does this emoji? Oh, that's fucking weird. That one's fun. And we're wasted. Wasted. I like that one a lot. I think I'll do that one. Building. Public. Category. Film, animation, pet, sports, travel, comedy, news. I like information. My way, I can be Fiction. Just put it for entertainment. Me is friction. Too accurate. The time I found out everybody talks, everybody talks, everybody talks too much. That was when I kissed her. With my lips high. Hello, Flame. Welcome on in. How you doing? 6.7. I'm doing good. How's the Alliance? The Alliance is great. I'm doing good. I'm just working. That was when I kissed her. My lips high. I see you have the good music taste now. Yes, when you guys advised it, I added it, so now we have it. Everybody talks bad. We thought I'd live to see the day. Okay, cool. But his words got in the way. Thank you for the wellness check.
Eat me like a bug.
Yes. I'm not gonna lie, that scared the shit out of me. If you go all you want, my love, gonna give me instruction. What do you gotta say? Started with a frame smile, and that was when I kissed her. Make my lips high. Dream shine to the chest. Alright, so will be a reel. Edit by night, work scheduled before. And then can I schedule Reddit posts? I don't have it on here, so I need to remind myself to check. Kissed her. Everybody talks, everybody talks. I don't think so. Okay. That's fine. I can just post a day of 92, 99, 90. So we'll do it at 11 a.m. for this day. And then YouTube, we'll post it at 3. Okay. And then Thursday, we have another video coming out, which is going to be, got a little good, not bit bird, and a not bit bird. Heard my daddy's tractor up on the, that don't matter. I can't wait to let you do your thing. I'm sitting in the honky tonk. Break it down. What's your song? Come on, come on, come on. Shake it for the beat, shake it for the shake it to me, girl. Girl, shake it for me, girl. Let's fucking go! Fuck yeah, halfway there. You got this, you got this, you got this, you got this. Take 50% success. This is the week. Entity. Actually, I like what we had previously. Save as draft. Save as draft. Honky tonks, and the next one, the break it down. What's your song? Come on, come on, come on. Shake it for the beat, shake it for the Rune Dracton Whelp. Me girl, shake it for me, girl, shake it for me. Audrey girl, shake it for me, girl. Me girl, shake it. Dracton Whelp. Upload a cover just in case. And then edit by network, and then schedule. Yes. I think I want to add more tags to this. No, it's okay. Oh, then you get to know when you get to show when you. Let's see, 87, 88. 88 is the highest, so we'll put that one there, and then we'll go to TikTok. 100 is right there, so that's a little 11 a.m. again. Oops. Those two to go together, because I'm not paying to know. Girl, shake it for. I have to do my invoice! I'll do that in a minute. Let me write that down so I don't forget. Fuck, okay. It is 29th? It is the 29th today. Where's my pencil? I have a specific pencil that I like to write with, and I don't know where it is. There it is. Nope, that's a cable. Hello, pencil? Well, I guess I'll use this one, but I'm upset that I don't know where my pencil is. And then oh, and invoice. Oh, it's on the floor. Oh. Okay, now this can go back. We can go back to this one. Dokie. I think. Let's get this one. I don't know if we'd keep this. I think we could just transition it to. Hi, Kiwi. I'd cut this in half. So let's have a look and then. I hate making spelling mistakes. You mix up 2 letters and the whole word is urine. Fair. Fair. Okay, there's a big breath here. And then scoop this. If only there was a streak chat for yesterday. Damn! I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kiwi. Damn, though. 70, very nice. To draw from. I feel like we didn't need that sentence. Wait, what was that? 3 to 5 session art has also been coming. Uh. Oh, okay. No, that's fine then. Ooh. Yeah, ask my boss something. Run baby stat indigo. Contest. Mm. Hmm. Mm. Tackling. Oh, there it is. Mm. The boss way will be getting into the writing the proper technical mechanics of both the G9 select guy. Cool. Macro announcement. Kickstarter. Backer. Specific update channel. For any and all updates on enshrined. Slow mode off. Save changes permissions. Advanced permissions. Everyone. Do the channel. Kickstarter back in beauty channel. Mm. 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 Where's the send messages one? Oh, there it is. Can I view it as that role? Server settings. Events role. Yeah, version 4. Okay. Okay. Can I duplicate this channel? Duplicate channel. Font. Edit. This will be the backer lounge. How do other Discords do this? Maybe they turn them off? What are you trying to do? I just wanted to see how they, like, separated stuff, that's all. I was just curious. Edit channel. I don't want to call them backers, though, because we have seekers. What's a word that's more than a seeker? Like someone that would... Because someone that seeks might only take what is given to them, whereas the level above it would be something that they are going out of their way to grab whatever opportunity is given to them, you know? People could probably freelance to pretty up Discords. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, they probably could, yeah. Hunter, chaser, procure. Oh, I mean, like Daedalus, I mean, like, instead of, like a title. Hunter feels a little too... I want it to be more scholarly, I guess. I let her half of it. Sorry, no, you're good. I guess I gotta keep it backer lounge. Archivist. Yeah. I'll call it Kickstarter. Backers. No. What is it?
Before you started adding stuff, but then you started adding stuff.
What are the...
It was in marketing. RD doesn't want so many channels. He's like, could we just like essentially every time we post a new creature or something, could we just like make a thread for it and then like link that creature post in the announcements channel, and then the announcements channel would be like the repository.
Yeah, but it's kind of cooler when you do it like this, no? Because then you can see them, then you can see it like... Yeah, you can see it as like a gallery of them. And that's kind of cool. Because then it's like, yeah, then it's like a full-ass gallery, and it's like kind of cool to see them like this.
That is a fair counterpoint. RD's afraid of having too many channels. I said it's inevitable, and he's like, we must fight it. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I get it, man. Even with my Discord, I feel like I already feel like I have too many. But they all have a purpose.
The thing is, like, there's almost too much purpose to some of you.
Listen, chat asked, and I will give. I'm a giving mother. Wait, we were only gonna have 4.
What's the 4th one?
FAQ. Specifically for questions. I mean, that could be in the lounge.
I think right now, I don't think we have enough people to
Okay,
if
so
it
then...
becomes a problem, then maybe we'll add that.
Okay, then we'll just have these ones then. The backer...
I will bring the counterpoint to him, because I do agree with what you're saying. It would be very nice.
Yeah, so we'll only have 3, but the vault is specifically like this threads one. Also, did you want me to, instead of calling them backers, did you want the title be something else? Because we have seekers. And chat was helping me. They have archivist. Inquisitor? Inquisitor sounds kind of cool. I like that. Can I ask what this is for? This is for my job. This is my job. My goal. But
I'm just worried about it getting confusing because we're trying to filter everyone in. I have a question. Can is the title here just the role title, or like can that be a different name, but then it like the role is Kickstarter backer? Does that make sense?
the name is the title. Like they are
Yeah, that's
one
what I
and
was
the
asking.
same.
Like, they are one and the same, right? Okay, so it couldn't be like, yeah, okay.
I could just name this instead of backer announcements. I could just call it like Inquisitor announcements. Or we just can keep it. I mean, like, I really
I'd say for now, let's just keep it for transparency because we want these people to know what they're looking for. Maybe we change the folder to like Kickstarter backers or something because it's not.
Do you want it to? You want it to be backer, or do you want it to be like KS? Because some people do just KS.
Let's keep it as backer because in the future we'll probably have people from BackerKit and Kickstarter.
Okay, so we'll just do backer announcements then. Okay. Okay, we'll keep it then. Champion would be cinnamon. Cinnamon? Cinnamon?
A cinnamon?
I think I'm just dying, man. My brain hurts a little bit. My neck was really hurting earlier. To distract myself from the pain, I actually used the ice pack. Even though the internet said to use a hot pack. It's still cold. It felt good though. There was pain, but like, I don't know, cause like it felt stiff because it hurt. It wasn't stiff and because of pain. Doesn't like very. Also, Kiwi said, "I don't like cinnamon. It's coarse and get everywhere." Wait, that's sand. Pixels walked away laughing. Okay, but yeah, this is a job that I work on. I am the marketing lead for Enshrined, which is a Dungeons and Dragons module that is made by my significant other and our colleague. So yeah. Emoji. Roll the clip. Which clip? Horn? I don't remember what it's called. It's fuck, what is the thing called? What is the emoji? I don't care what's the main enshrined ad these days. Nothing. I've been making them. Do you want to see the most recent one? I can show you the most recent one. It won't come out till later. I can't show this guy's fucking DMs. Okay. But Key, if you want, I could show you. I could show you our latest aesthetic. What the fuck is the horn called? The what is that emoji called, bruh? I'm not remembering what it is. No, broke. French horn? No, wait, I should use a French horn. Nah, it's like the thing where you talk and then it makes your voice loud. Megaphone? Is it a megaphone? This is the second. This is the wrong one. I want to show you the world building one. No, I'll show you both because both of they're different. They're different in aesthetic. I made an animation for it. Megaphone, yeah, megaphone. But like the horn would be better because we're it makes more sense. It just makes more sense, honestly. Because we're fantasy. We're D&D. Save changes. Treasure. Is there a treasure emoji? I like this. A coin? Or like, do we have it? Is there a shiny one that isn't just sparkles? No. Broke. Chat. Go ahead, get down. My ear itches. Oh, my ear. Oh, this motherfucker itches. Them motherfucker itches. Damn, that was kind of sick. Okay, back to our announcements. I have to edit this because this has to do with the vault of all things enshrined. And then the rune Dracton whelp, which I don't remember where I put that. I think it's in the. I don't know where we put it. Stranger in my bed. There's your father in the head. Great. Wait, what is this? Forum? Oh. The back's out blurred, but I'm pretty sure. Last Friday night. Okay. Okay. Go to the bathroom. Everyone can't see that. I'm in a channel. Webhooks. I think that's fine. Attach files, add reactions. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick. I will be right back. I love you guys. I like those emotes. Okie dokie. Go back into the Discord. I'm drunk, smoke till I'm high. Jesus. Okay. Let's do this. Mm. We don't need this. Alright, what else is this? Okay, so the room tracked and whelp. Is it CH? Yeah, CH. Yippee! Thank you for joining your stream with me, Norman. How you doing? Welcome on in. Hello, hello, hello. Image. Actually, I have to do this on the other computer. I have more of the information. I'm okay. How are you? I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. Thank you for the cheek mag and the wellness check. Okay, so the important thing that I have to do right now is I need to work on the devlog. That means I need a subtitle track. And then I need art. The background. Um, I don't know what art I'd want, actually. Maybe just using the Tsunami one that we have as a header on everything would be good. Where is that one? Did I miss it? Did I empty-minded scroll past it? It's not that one. Where is Our Lady? It's that one. Was it made this early? I don't think it was. Is it in here? No. Okay, that means I have to grab it off the other computer. Boom, 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 boom. This one. Yeah, here it is. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. All right. Boop, boop. Oh, this one, this one. As wide as the whole thing. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Markers. Joyers. Enshrined. Everything. And then in. Let's see. Coming. I feel like that's a long pause. Is that like a full second? No. Moving up to this could get cropped in a bit. And then this can come here. Just first off. In that update. In that update. So nope. This is a wall. Contract. First. Are there subtitles in longer form videos? Actually, I don't know. YubTub. I guess not. I guess typically not. I'll go to devlog. I guess not. Oh. I'll still do them. So at least when I'm editing, I can know. Designers and... Okay. I don't want to do all the subtitles. Okay, I'll just call it good for now. I'll also be here all day doing them. Let's see. What am I doing across this all transition in the hello? What the fur? Whole club was looking at her. Okay. This guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. Next thing I feel like I know, shine low, 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 low. Patience. Okay, so at the end of the campaign, holiday season, and the start of the new year. And then here. Product developments and what we've been up to. February. Okay. Let's just start with this guy first. I'm gonna try this one. Let's do this section. I know how to zoom it in though. What's in this one? Is this the only horizontal one? Oh, that sucks. Oh wait, this one. This was the setup. Maybe we can try this one. No. Maybe this one. We can zoom and crop maybe. I don't like this at all. Thank you, Kiwi, for the wellness check. Stock footage. But I don't want to use Shutterstock because I'll have that thing on it. This one's really nice though. Beam. Tabletop. Oh fuck, this is a picture. Dungeons and Dragons. It's also a picture. I need videos, bro. Surfboard. A surfboard. Videos done. Tabletop gaming. Rolling dice. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick stretch for you. If you're more than it's time to lock in, I still need to finish my notes. Sounds good. I believe in you. Ew. Tabletop gaming. Miniature. Oh my god. This one's so good though. Fuck. Some stock videos. I guess Canva could have some, actually. This one. Videos. This one's not the worst. Yeah, I like this one. It's kind of meta. Download. And then tables over drawers. D&D table. Save. Creator. Where does it say the hello game status? Welcome on in. Who are we? Oh, there it is. Okay, so we'll do I think. I don't know how good this is gonna look. But we're gonna try it anyway. I think that might be good. And then I have to go grab that guy and put him in this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. What's my day list going on? Pop Life International Thursday. Bet. Change your mind like a girl. Change his clothes. Okie dokie. Now we want to add in this screen recording, which I don't know if I'll like it, but we're gonna try it. I just cut it there. And then I will there. Hmm. Okay, new idea. Um, yeah, okay. I can fit these two, and then I can do it like that. So I call the doctor. A case of a not bipolar. Cutter. I'm stuck. Can't get off this rock. Maybe like a little bit lower. Change your mind. Like a girl. Change his clothes. Then we'll go to pictures, screenshots, this one. I'll take this one, put this one here. So if I do this, it's like Ryan. Track, so right here, and then we'd go to media pool. We'd go to to desperation. Woohoo! Yippee! Woohoo! Hello, Taylor. How are you today? How you doing? It's right here. That's fine. This one is okay. The paint on. Paint on. If I make it here, it's oh, cute. Mwah. Thank you, thank you, thank you for showing up. It means a lot to me. Maybe Pop Wall doesn't play here. And then I would want to do a cross dissolve on the whole thing. Me as myself. Oh, this playback's gonna make me fight somebody. Oh my god, bro. Mm. I think I'm gonna have to change the thing. Oh, my soul. Open. Enshrine, devlog, January, this one. Okay, I'm just gonna modify this a little bit to be. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, video editing. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Thank you for the check-in, Taylor. Thank you, thank you. Maybe. Guess what? What's up? What's up? Oh my god. Okay, what if we started here? Um, enshrined. I think I should scoot these to be here. Wait, another streak. It doesn't want to share though. What is it? 69? Is it 69? Ooh. My brain is like video resources. Shrine trailer 70. I don't know why. I get why 69 maybe like Twitch doesn't want to share that one, but 70. Kiwi shared this video. Oh my god, I'm so proud of you. Good job. Good job. I'm very proud of you. Thank you for always hanging out with me. It means so much. So we wanted to thank everyone. Wait. No, it's this one. Oh, nope. Oh, I was just wrong. So for you like you want. Okay, yeah. Chaos. Chaos. I'm gonna use Canva today. Wait, can I use the SpongeBob chaos scene? SpongeBob chaos and brain scene. SpongeBob brain panic scene. I'll say it again. Okay, I think this one will work. I should probably ask my boss if I add memes in here though. Game director, can I add memes to the devlog? I hope their answer is yes. Otherwise, it's gonna take me a while to find footage. That almost like perfectly fits right there. Wait, hold on. Pass me by. You know I'd walk 1,000 miles. I could just say you. I've been heard this song forever. Think of me. What episode was this? Precious memories. I miss you. I miss you. Season 3, episode 8. SpongeBob. Season 3, episode 8. Okay, so I just added scene where SpongeBob goes into a panic. I gotta position this guy. Screen like Oh no, I wanted to pop a me video. You know I'd walk 1,000 was if I could just say. Okay, so if that's the case. Oh, hey, hello. Welcome on in. Boop. Okay, there you go. There you go. There you go. I think I'd like this then. No, let's not do that. Let's do crop top. Position. Like that. Crop bottom 102. Yippee! Thank you for sharing that with me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You mean a lot to me. 21. I'll make this 21 as well. Okay. There you go. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. This one. There you go. And then for this one, I kind of wanted to have the same crop. Retain images. 102, top 102. Wild swing. The doors to let me in. Let's see, let me see. I think it's better if this like starts after. And then I need another cross dissolve because it's just smooth. Cross dissolve is king. Can we bring it down a bit more? Yeah, I kind of want to center it. Yeah, I think I like that more. Is there any way we could squeeze this out a little bit more? And then the close of the Kickstarter campaign. Kickstarter campaign. World building one. I'm gonna reuse this shit. Where is it? This guy, give me. Kickstarter template. Oh. I'm just gonna zoom it out more. copy the crop. But we're gonna retain the position. It's this one. What about me? Put like a P and a mommy. Oh wait, no, it's not this. We wouldn't have this as a crop actually. H, what this is for? Adjustment. I guess we should put this here so that way I can see. Wait, no. Wait, no. Oh, there's baby no money. It is indeed the baby of no money. Hello again. Sorry, I got sidetracked. How you doing? I'm good. No problem. Hey, we're comfort creature, you know. So like, no sweat whatsoever. If you're doing stuff, we're just here to vibe. Don't mind us. Is this where I want to put this? I think I'd lower. Actually, I don't know if I'd do cropping for this one. I would just make it bigger so it takes up the whole screen, and then the lens distortion. Make it a little less. Shimmy it a little bit more, and then go. But I hope you're having a good day. Calendar. I'm trying to edit a long form video for once. It's very hard. That's boring as fuck. No. Oh shit, this goes to, oh no, it doesn't. I wonder if I put like end of the month. But it's been pretty good. I just finished a video that I've been working on for a while. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Well, I hope that you're proud of it, that you're down for how you did it. Create custom multi-year. No, that's not what I want. It's kind of boring. I wish it was a little bit more dynamic, and then I would have liked it a lot. Fuck yeah! What was the? If you don't mind sharing, what was the video about? How many days are in this one? 31. We could use this one. This is not bad. I do not mind this one. It's gonna take a second to download though. Okay. And then I need a whiteboard. Whiteboard PNG. Wait, what if I used? Ooh, Elaine has an idea. Ooh, I have an idea. Actually, keep you open like that. We'll we'll take this guy, and then we'll go enshrined. Actually, no, I'll just grab it from in here. This one. I actually don't know if this will work because this is a horizontal thing. This is world building. Redirected. I do videography as a side job, and it was a 20. Oh, it makes me so happy to read. Oh, that is lovely. Oh, I hope. Wow. I hope, yeah, that made you so excited. Oh, that made you so excited. Okay, and then. Speed change 100. Actually, can I? Not like that. Oh man, I didn't account for this. This would have been cool. I have a better idea. Do I? It's on my other computer. Okay, we'll do two things. Ignore wrong things. No, so close, but so far. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry that your RNG is not the greatest this month. A waste of time. Please still be there. Okay, I need another camera. I need another camera. I need a copy. Camera 1 or camera 2? Camera 1. Duplicate. Camera 3. Okay, and then I need... save as... I'm gonna save this as the second one, because I'm about to fuck that bitch on up. Door, I hit ignore, I no. Safe frame render. Oh. Okay. 1920 1080. It's to 1920 1080. Okay. Keyframes for this guy. Transform. There you go. Camera 3. Huh? do the thing I wanted to do. Legends of Fiction. Okay, looks like it doesn't want to undo. That's fine. Um, if these are straight, would that fix it? Something is dipping right here. Keeps on giving. What? There. It's still doing it. Why? Okay, how about that? Okay, we're just gonna key these guys, and we're just gonna rotate her back on up. Yeah, hopefully it'll be okay. Okay. And then camera 3. I'm gonna move her on over. We got fun. Fun night together. Oh shit. Alright. Okay, now how does that look? Why did you not move? I thought you did. Huh? Oops. Okay, cool. Now, I move the camera. It says cool. There you go. It's your lucky. Back the camera on up a little more. What did orthographic? Camera 3. Scale near plane safe frame focus. What is this? Alright, how does this look? And I made the rotation just -90. think that would be fine. Just need this light to move over, or move back. There we go. So make it so the light hides that fact a little bit better. If I made it so it doesn't cast a shadow, it would work. There. Okay. There you go. And then we're gonna go to new folder, vertical. No, horizontal. Horizontal. Vertical means top, up and down. Add new camera, 3. And then I have to put this in the other folder. Video editing, resources, enshrined footage, anim. Oh, it's already going in here. What's the wrong folder? God damn it. Oop. Okay, save, close. Oh, then we gotta go to the other computer. Wait, I want the other thing too, before I forget. Because maybe this is a little bit too much. Not to make things so complicated. You know way you upset, frustrated. Thank you for the wellness check. Swoop. And then file export. JPEG is fine. Current spread. Export. Pog. And then can I go in here and then can I replace this? Why to make things so complicated? I don't see it in here. Okay, so I like this you. Resources. This one, this one, this one. Things so Oh. Put this at 0, 0. And put this at 1. Alright, so. Sorry. The other thing should have downloaded by now. Calendar. That is not how you spell calendar, but that's okay. Like this. Don't fine at night. No, fucking same. Anytime there's a song that got covered in the Minecraft era, that's my go-to. Oh, I don't like how fast this is. Is that the motion blur? Yeah, I want motion blur. Um, why is it like this? Okay, so smaller means nothing. Medium. Blech. I like motion blur, but this is like so kind of bleh. Hi, Dog Sweaters Monthly. Welcome on in. From previous stream. Nope, nope. I think I can bring this in. Right, so I can go. Oop. Meowdy, hello. Okay, now I need text. This was a backer specific. Backer specific, backer updates, project updates. What we've been up to, and then February, and then. Okay, this goes here. And then we're gonna put it in. I don't know what fucking font to put this in. I feel it. Kickstart or backer update. They have like kind of like this. Fade on, flip headline. Time. And to give it all. Back in Chicago, I feel it. All the version of me. Backers update. I don't want it to go all the way up. Let's actually look back. We'll do slide up, I think. The city at the men. Wait, can I fix that so it doesn't do that? Because I don't like it when it does that. Another version of me, wasn't it? Oh. They all do that. Hi, Artisan. Welcome on in. Actually. Then I need to make this bigger. And then I need to do like a... I don't like this font. Close. Backer updates. Maybe I'll try that first. How's it been? What you up to? What's down? What's in the T-town? Just work. Mostly project developments. Oh, I made it too big. I think as cool as this idea is, I don't think it's as clean as it could be. So that is why I brought this guy. And I'll rotate him 90, negative 90. Oop, right. Chopper on the mascot I forgot the name of. Band. That's crazy. I'm pretty sure it says it in like the fucking TTS thing too. SMH. SMH. You coulda at least tried. You coulda at least tried. SMH, bruh. SMH. I think it does at least. His name is really not that hard to remember either. It's literally 3 letters. It's less than Chopper's. Yeah. If I tried, you wouldn't gotten Chalky Cow? Bro, it's literally 3 letters. It's literally 3 letters. You saying that you trying means that you would just judge him and name him by his looks is rude. Isn't that right, BLT? Is that right, BLT? Fuck. Oh, wait.
Very rude.
Yup. I apologize, BLT.
Eat my shorts. Artisan, how could you?
I meant nothing, but I have a terrible time with names, Mr. or Miss BLT.
I am a child.
Shakes head. Shakes head. BLT is a literal child. They have no miss or miss. Gotta be gender inclusive.
I have no gender.
He is just baby. BLT is literally just baby. He is sentient milk. Genders mean nothing to sentient milk. Oh, fuck. Okay. Move. There we go. My head hurts a little bit. This one. Okay, I sent 1,000 apologies, Lord BLT the Adorable. I think you can accept this. Let's do cross dissolve. What? Why do you keep doing that? Woo! Okay. Oh, I got it. Beep, 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 beep. Project developments. I'm just gonna change the Y value. Y value. Okay. I think I should have changed this to 1 and then just made the text smaller. Actually, can I do a burn on? Can we do burn? Goodness, 100 boys and boys. Where is it? This arrange, flip, local white mosaic, page scroll, page down, rotate, spin, stretch, blur. Ah, here it is. Okay, now I'll just fix this one. Wait, is this right? Don't you so? I know I hate to say. 0, 0. Okay, that just works for me, I guess. No, that makes sense because I cropped it. That's why it's like that. Nope, that makes sense. Project happening. Developments. What we've been up to. Studio. Work? No, let's just say we've been up to. Nothing's ever did speak to nothing. Oh, absolutely. Future plans. Okay. But I love it. Hey, hey, oh man. Yeah, we'll be empty this one. Hello, Rainer. Happy Thursday. How are you doing? I hope you are well. 1, 2, 3. 89. Thank you for the pap. I hope you're doing uber wonderful well. That looks so silly. First off, backer info. First off, backer info. What did you come to talk about, my friend? Do you want these? Stop backer info. For all of our backers, we sent out with those up to yesterday. Any game that I feel is going smoothly for one of my groups? That's good. What is the premise? Discord server. For that. Oops. Let's see, first and foremost. Studios, team Texas structures. Okay. These are much more spread out, so I might have to find sentences where I want to add. Oh, you guys can see what I'm doing! My bad. Sorry. I'm only like a minute into this video. Might as well do all the marking now. Nope, let's be diligent. Go back, go back. There's big spaces and areas. Yesterday. So if you haven't seen it... And you can expect to see one in a few days. Thousands. I think that could use it. And sync a project. Hmm. Enshrined. Scope of the world. So to say. Yeah. 9 major and 12 minor. Dragged in since December. Dragged in whelp and the boop. So includes the character personality shows referring to the person. Ooh, that's a long this includes the character personality system for pop up here, personality trait, flaws, ideals, and bonds. As well. Hello, Pocky. How are you? Testing should start soon. They're using After Effects for a second? Nah, I'm finally doing a horizontal video, but it's taking all of my life force. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm 4 minutes into a 6-minute video, and I don't want to do it anymore. Pocky, save me. Pocky, save me. Pocky, I don't want to do it. Pocky, I don't want to. The video's too long. My brain. I have a fish brain. I can only make videos that are 30 seconds long, if not shorter. Horizontal is best. No. Well, horizontal is nice in terms of aspect ratio, but this video's so long. I want to do something else. I'm bored. What if we just took that part out? Oh, what? What are you doing? I'm making a devlog video. It's killing me. Treading more. You got this. Come on. I know. I don't want to. Oh, Fuck. Soon. Just gonna grab some popcorn and watch this happening. You're gonna watch my descent into madness, Bonky? What the fuck? I think a little less. Here's another transition. I should have done a pass at the script. Do we need this part? I don't think we need this part. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna go back. I'm not cut out for this. You see all these markers? See all those markers? That's every bit of footage that I have to figure out. Yippee! It's a good time. But this part is good. Okay, well, if the frame rate maybe doesn't wanna... Look, they're playing D&D as D&D characters.
Okay.
SpongeBob. Was that okay? Was that first fucking 32 seconds? Oh, thank you for the I wish you well redeem. I will redeem that. I will do that for you in 10 seconds once I'm done molding.
You can ease off on the memory and have a lot more just like art stuff just sitting in the background for like
Yeah, for the rest of it, yeah, but like there's still like I don't know how to edit long form content, man.
I think good fun intro, but yeah, no, I think like it doesn't need to be as dense going forward. I'm sorry, you just put like a speed paint back there for like a long speed paint if you want.
But it's like I was looking at another guy's devlog and his was like he has sorry, I was looking at where is it? Devlog. Like this. And it was like it showed what they were doing, but we can't do that. We have to see, they like show off their game. This is a 21-minute video, but he can just take video of whatever the fuck he's doing.
Yeah, he just The only equivalent we have to that is speed bangers.
I don't understand. I'm so bored. I'm so glad I got the Bounty Hunter paid mod for Fallout 4. The animations look really nice. Also, I wish you very much well, Fayeborn Bella. I hope that your debut goes well, and I hope you blow up. Blow up! What? In a positive way. Honestly, your model reminds me of Fairy Sammy, if you know what that VTuber is. I'm dying. I'm dying. What? We'll check it. 7 seconds. 7 seconds. It's like every 7 seconds he's changing it. Like something's happening. That was a little bit longer.
Yeah, like I think you're probably right at the beginning.
I hope so.
Because, frankly, if you're watching a devlog, the people that get to this section of the devlog are gonna just listening to the devlog, you know.
Okay. Also, am I allowed to screen record the Discord and then blur it and then pretend like that's our Kickstarter thing and text on top of it say, "Ooh, you want to join our Discord so bad?"
If you would like.
Okay.
Yeah, like that seems reasonable.
I'm being non-serious. This is the most serious thing I've ever done.
I know.
Yeah, I found Sammy recently because a friend of mine. Yeah, you do. I would love. They have a customizable model if you could ever save up for it. That I think would be fun. I love you too. I have another brain cell. I actually need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back, chat. getting that in the future because it's so cool, but right now I'm very happy with my custom mod. No, that's so fair. Like, it's always like you lose kind of like that uniqueness and the customness when getting a pre-made model. But like, I don't know, sometimes it's fun to have other people's art. Like, I kind of want a Nanolist model. Nano's making one. She's made a lot of like big VTubers models, but she's having a customizable model come out, and I kind of want to try it because I really like her art. But mm. Mm. Work. Yeah, but I do want to try it because it's literally my exact. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I think it's at least like you can try it. I think because like it teaches you. Because I think it's always cool because like when you get to play around with like other models, you kind of get to explore like, oh, this rigger can do this. I wonder if like my next update or if I can update my model to do this. You know, I think that's always fun. Like, that's how I learned that I wanted some other toggles for myself is by looking at other VTubers and they're like, oh, they have they have this, and like, I would like to try that and stuff. If I squish this, does it? It does, actually. Video transitions. Okay, time to fight. I'm fighting my Gen Z nature right now. I'm trying to lock in so fucking hard right now. Do you think we could take a little break though, chat? I wanna take a little break. Take a break. Told me my skin tight jeans. Yeah. Yeah. I need to take a video of this. Nope. I'm clicking all the wrong things. Make me feel like I'm in a teenage dream. Wait, I might redo that. No. But wait, hold on. Let me scroll up. Okay, cool. Yeah, teenage dream tonight. Hands on me in my skin tight jeans. Yeah, teenage dream tonight. Hmm. Hello, Moon. Welcome on in. How you doing? Do 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 do. Don't mind me. I'm just recording something for work. Up on melancholy hill is a plastic tree. Are you with me? Can okay. And then we're gonna blur it. We're gonna blur it. We're gonna gauge and blur this bitch. And then we're gonna zoom it in so it takes up the whole thing, and then we're gonna rotate the angle. I think it should be in the middle of it all. I'm good. I'm glad. What'd you get up to today? Okay. I need email. 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 Oh my god, my eye itches. Okay, I gotta do this one. I played Say the President at work. One was much more enjoyable than the other. Fair. This is a spooky chunk. So I'm gonna remove this. And we're only gonna keep this one if it gets done, because if it gets done, I'd like to take a scroll of the backer kit page. Looks like a a stock photo, and there's just a 69. Thank you for this streak share. Yeah, kind of. Email. That's kind of the thing, because this section right here just talks about how we're sending out an email to our Kickstarter backers, and so like, I wanted an email one, and I think this is perfect. Video transition. Let's do a cross dissolve between these two. No better option. That's what I'm saying. And other news, America Kit Surveys Live. I'm not doing this part for now. Okie dokie. This part. I didn't even do this yet. First off, backer info. Backer info. I don't like that anymore. Sign the door. Subtitles. So what about this one? What if I did this one then? Bagger info. Hold on, I want to do something else instead. -90. Let's make it bigger. Make it here. Let's see. Okay, so if we did it like this, I think I could justify putting that here and then bracking it up a little bit, bringing it out. Think of the boot, and then doing. Ooh. I always do circles. That's my favorite. It's just so clean. Ew. And then let's take off the semi-bold, color. Okay. Oh, what? Custom. Boop, boop. Should I make this less like? We need another cross dissolve here. Let's maybe lower the opacity of it. Thank you for the song request. I am proud of you for doing it correctly. I want the circles to be black. Bangs, I read those directions like 3 times. Oh, no, it's okay. I understand. Listen, at least you ain't coming in here and being like, Elaine, play this song. Because then I would have been like, oh. Do I make this bigger? Bigger. What the fuck? Okay. I don't like that, though. There you go. Someone did the song request for the chosen one. Should this actually be here? Boop. I think I might bulge this instead of make it in. I think that might look better. Make him bigger. Why is my playback being dumb? I do like that more. God did it again. Oh, it seemed like a crash. I'm serious. I lose all my senses. Maybe this is better. I can't tell. Oh my god, Brittany's playing Hold My Drink. Thanks to Bella. That's why I'm playing. That's why I was playing. Bella played it. Okay, I don't want to do that just yet because I don't know if the backer update will still happen. Every function is made better with Brittany. How much you got left to edit? 5 minutes, dude. 5 minutes. Don't talk to me. I don't want to talk about it. I'm still editing. I'm getting to it, okay? I'm trying my best. Backer info. What we've been up to. What? Listen, I did a 50-minute episode for TV with a project that load half an hour. Yeah, but you're like, you do this for a living. Bella, the chosen one who actually knows how to use a song, has blessed us. Okay, there, and then we're gonna grab one of Saba's speed paints. Enshrined. I think the Rune Dragon Whelp has it. Yeah, it's this one. It's so magical. You just need to forget everything in your brain for the next few hours. You good. Time fly. I don't want. There's things I want to do today. So first and foremost, we can cut this. We'll cut it up. But then we'll be I could never forget you guys. Get hit by a bus and I wouldn't forget you guys. Do not worry. So let's have a look-see. And thousands of other little bits and bobs. And then I can remove this frame. Except the world. How do you spell business? Business. Okay, no, okay, business. See, I'm adjuncting other things out of my brain, like business. Business. What about studio? Let's see. Working? I don't know what I want to put here. What would he say? Yeah, let's do this one. Give me that B-roll. Okay, now I wait for that to download, and then what's here? Such as... Okay, and then this I want to use trailer stuff. Something in the distance. Holy shit, Bella is new and they still figured it out. All Bella's super cool. Bella joined the Discord and then they joined stream, which was super cool. Enshrined footage. Yes, this is working. With no faces because we don't want to make people think of faces when we do this. Bella chill. Bella is chill. Oh, that's not where I wanted to put that. This has got to go over here. Condition. Okay, so now we need cross dissolves on everything. On everything! Thank you for the song request, Kiwi. Is this the start of it? Is that why I can't? There you go. Don't ask me. SO's message made me think of don't ask me to explain my brain. Okay, Android footage. Trailer. This one. Oh, that's not long enough for my opinion. For me. What about this one? This one's a bit longer. Fuck. And then we can do this one. I think these can just be stitched together. Right? No! What do you mean no? Fuck. Just a little frame. Just a little bit. Almost done with my notes. I just have to come up with titles for 42 more stories. Jesus Christ. It's a lot. Jesus Christ, Kiwi. Good job. I'm just gonna use trailer footage because I can. I forget what game, but there's clips of a guy chasing down an execution. Dude, that sounds like so fun. Hi, Orwell. Welcome on in. This one. Hi, dropping in to wish you well. Aw, thank you. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Gotta see Iron Lung. I hope it's wonderful. I hope it's good. I hope it's good. Thank you for the save check. Save. Bella ciao, bella ciao, bella. I think they're going to see it. And then I'm gonna go download another speed paint. Speed paint. Art. Speed paint. Dragon Eerie Desert. Yeah, give me this one. Save. But it comes out tomorrow. Fuck yeah. Are you gonna go see it tomorrow? Or are you like gonna wait till like the weekend? Till the after release day at least. That's fair because you wouldn't want to be too bombarded. I actually kind of like this point. If we could start it here instead. I think I'd like the in January to be the start of this. So in January, and then we can kind of move over to this one to kind of show like time has changed. Okay, so I guess we can keep that. Alright, and then we're in treading more familiar ground. What is this? Where does a wrap up thing system? Wait, where does the So keep your ear out. So keep your ear? Oh. Wait, what? Familiar. Oh, and then okay, so that means I would like this guy to come all the way over here. That means I would like this paper guy to come here. I'd like a cross dissolve right here. And then I need like, I think it's, no, it's this guy. Give. That's what. B next to your badge name. Who's? What? B? Me? Oh, the flower? That's the highest sub badge you can have. What sub badge is that? The flower is the sub badge. I don't remember which one it is though. Whoa, nope. Is that an affiliate? Oh. Where is it? It's pretty. Yes, it is. It's very pretty. I can show you it up close. 1 second. Where is it? Where is it? Subscriptions. Subscriber badges. It is the 4-year. It is the 4-year one. It was made by Nomixels. Who's on Twitter? Nomixels. This guy. Scroll, 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 scroll. Did I go too far? I don't think I did. Maybe I did now. No, I remember the sheep. Here it is. The TR play where you play as a witch is familiar? Bro, I don't know. I don't know. I know a book. I know a book about that. this is future plans. I'm gonna change this to yellow really quick so I just know where that starts. I'll become a jug next. Nice. Yippee. You actually already are a jug. You have a little jug next to. Actually, you're this one. So yeah, you'll be this. No. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, 6 months. You are correct. My brain is just small. I think that's good. Background info. I want this to be centered. Where's the center? The center is here. It's like right there. So then two, I think is good. And then this one. That one's also good. Cool. No! Glass jug next is. Yeah, that's fair. That is very fair. Good classifications. Next paper starts here. And then this guy. I need to clean up my timeline. Okay, hold on. I feel like this is user. Maybe. Oh, where'd it go? You are over here. Okay. Hello, my wife. Hello, hello. I'm a jar of liquid. Concerning sentence to some. No, that's fair. That is a very concerning sentence to some. Oh my goodness. Are fish fat? They can be. They can be. Have you seen fat goldfish? I'm lurking. I love you. I love you. Thank you for the wellness check. I will stretch. My tummy feels a bit weird, so I'm not gonna drink. I'm not gonna drink my advancedgg, but I will drink normal water. I'm kind of over my advancedgg right now. Too many flavors. My tism's getting overwhelmed. Sorry. I bumped my mic with my water bottle. Okay, and then I'm just gonna do the other half of that speed paint and just kind of chuck it in there because my brain is dying and I don't want to do anymore. Wish you well. Is this Uno reverse? You wish me well? Why are you so kind? Why are you so nice, Moon? I appreciate it. Well, I mean, you being here is pretty damn good to me, so. Where does he start coloring? I want the start coloring part. Give me the coloring part. I said Grace said, aw, thank you, Moon. Okay. There, that's where I wanted to start. I think. And your current ones. Mwah, thank you. God, Jesus. Pixels in his meeting. I didn't borrow him. Yeah, borrow Pixels. Actually, I'll just render. Nope, nope. Come on. Because I'm lazy. Oh, I'm good, but I'm good. I'm gonna get. There you go. I got really lazy at the end, as you can see. You look at
Okay, let's see. What am I listening to?
You're gonna watch the video.
Oh, the whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, I can mute the audio if you want.
That's fine.
You okay?
Yeah, no, I was just really focused on stuff.
Oh my god. Good kitty cat. Welcome on in. How you doing? I hope we're having a wonderful day. We're just going through the video really quick. I didn't do a product development. That's the one I'm missing. I see a puppy day with eyes going into. Did you take a picture? Did you take a picture? I didn't do this part yet because I don't know if it's going to be done yet. The backer kit part. Because I'd like to do like a screenshot of the backer kit, essentially, survey. So we can just skip this part. I found it. It's called Witch is Dead, Dungeons and Daddies did. I was listening to music from them the other day. I was at work and no phones allowed. Fuck. Well, I bet it was a cute dog. I gotta give it a tweet. What kind of tweet did you give them? Do you work with dogs normally, Moon? Now add sound effects. You can suck my dick, Pocky. I don't wanna. Maybe a little bit in the beginning, actually. So the rest of this is just everything is pretty much the same. I just put this in the background, the speed paint in the back of it. And then there's a transition for future plans, but I don't know if you want anything else.
Makes sense to me. The subtitles are kind of fast.
That's because they're one word per. You're not going to have subtitles. They're just so I can understand where I need to mark things. Long form videos don't have subtitles.
Okay. That's good then. Yeah, because I was really like, damn, the subtitles are kind of hard to follow.
Yeah, those are just for me. But I realized I don't know where product developments come in. Because we have what we've been up to. I guess project developments, and then it goes. Did you split it in here? What's been getting up to? Wait, did I fuck it up? Backer info. And then is this the part where we've been up to? Speak for the pretty happy of what? Okay. Oh. Elaine has confused herself. This is the summary. And then this is the backer info that we said. And then we have what we've been up to, unless the backer information is... No, we just don't have that this section. The product developments. It's backer updates, what we've been up to, and then future plans. I don't know, you said them separately.
Did I say them?
I think so. Yeah. I can try to cut it and see if it sounds okay. Because you did kind of say it like, we're doing this, then this, then this. So I could see if I can cut it.
That's fair. It might have just been a bit of an overstatement, I guess, on Artie's part. Because in my mind, they're the same thing. Like, what things that have, or I guess like project developments would be December. Like what we've done.
Wait,
I
actually, no.
think it's fine either way.
No, yeah, no, yeah. If I just cut this, it'll be fine. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the wellness check. Drink some normal water. I could have been all. Oh yeah, no, puppies are puppies. Milk boy Daughtry, and no, I don't. I occasionally get to see puppies, and it brightens my day. Fair. Finally caught up on Fallout. Let's go. Like this show. Project developments. What we've been up to. This needs to scoot. And then this scoots. And then this goes here. And then we take this guy. And we turn everything else off. Except for this guy, I think. Yeah, so it goes. So yeah, the TV series, is it good? Do you like it? They're doing such a good job. Fuck yeah. If I wasn't in the trenches with trying to watch Star Wars: The Clone Wars, I would definitely watch that show. What we've been up to, 63, 69. And then future plans goes here. Okay, so this. Okay, cool. Does this look okay? Yeah, it does. Okay, and then everything there looks good, and then we're gonna just truing that up. And then I'm gonna render it out, and then the only thing we need is video editing. The only thing we need is the backer kit page for this. Otherwise, I can put in stuff. Jan 26 2026 devlog underscore. And then that, add a render queue, and then render all. Oh, no, I forgot, like, 3 things. Elaine forgot, like, 3 things. Fuck, god dang it. I forgot this bit, which I want to put at the end. Which is this. It. Like this. Oh wait, it's good. This okay. And then we're gonna fade this, and then I need one more thing from here. I need music. Just a little background music, and then we'll be golden. Everything I do, I tell you all the time. It's not gonna fit. Fuck. Bruh, playback. No, my DaVinci is frozen. It's fine. If it crashes, it's not gonna be the end of the world. Boop. Boop. Try to go a little too ham, a little too fast. Close program. That's fine. I just relaunch it. That's why you save early, save often, chat. It's all for you, everything I do. I tell you all the time. Heaven is a place on earth with you. Every things I wanna do. Oh, I'm good. I wanna do. I did it. I want to play Food Guesser. Food Guesser time. Hope I'm logged in on this one. I don't know if I am. Tortillas. Ooh. Tortillas are from Mexico, though, right? No. No. Oh, fuck, I don't know. Spain, maybe? Cool. Southeast of Spain? Oh. Like Ethiopia? Warm northwest of Ethiopia. Like how northwest, though? Like pretty northwest. Algeria, maybe? It's east of Algeria. Egypt? Oh, Egypt would make a lot of sense. It was Egypt. Makes a lot more sense. Egypt's pretty old. Spinach, eggs, onion, garlic, oil, salt, pepper, turmeric, yogurt. I mean, this sounds okay. It doesn't sound like great, though. Butter, egg, salt, turmeric. Spinach and eggs. Spinach and eggs. Spinach and... I don't know where spinach and eggs would come from. Spinach and eggs sounds like such a weird thing. Spinach and eggs? Fuck it. Ukraine. Warm. It's east. Southeast? Southeast of Ukraine. Wait, was it warm? India? It's also warm, but now it's northwest, so it's like in between Ukraine and India. Iran? It was Iran. Fuck. Let's go. These look cute. Are these the almond cookies? I want to say the Chinese cookies, but they're so much thicker than those. But I'm just going to put it in anyway because I like those cookies. Fuck. Cold and then the northwest. Okay, China, northwest. Sweden? Does Sweden like... It's warm. It's southeast of Sweden. Is it another Iran thing? That might be too far. Ukraine, maybe? Warm. South of Ukraine? Is it an Egypt thing? Warm. Okay. Romaine? No. Because that would border Greece? It was Turkey. Fuck. God damn it. I did not do good today. It's okay. We'll do good. Ooh, that looks good. I don't know what the fuck that is, but that looks great. Big Illa or Montlan Maya? This one looks pretty good. Ooh, it's a sandwich. Woolworst or Kotu? I think Kotu sounds fun. A tofu or Chinese chicken salad. Ooh. I don't know, a tofu kind of looked good. It looked like it got shrimp in it. While the exact origins are unclear, it's believed to have been influence of culinary traditions that were brought here by early settlers. Over time, it evolved to become a quintessential... What is it, though? Onions, but I think this looks really good. Let's gift a sub and another chat. Yippee! Did you go say thank you? Ooh, that looks really good. Oh. I like this one more. Bacon shark, bro? That look... Oh. Elaine will always be my good luck charm. Yippee! Dude, if Kid Me heard you say that, dude, they'd be so happy. I'm gonna be honest with you. Bring your gaming so I win. I got 11K. Fuck! I only got like 8K. Oh, you did better than me than one. Of course, I think. Good job. How could Knickerbocker not be better? Knickerbocker looks great. I feel like I should not say that word. Okay. Well, oh well. Alright. Is this done? It is done. Okay. Have you seen the noodles, though? Yeah, but Knickerbocker looked great. It was like a sweet little treat. It looked amazing. And game directors. So the video, except for the banker kit. I think it'd be nice to have the B-roll be the banker kit page. My strat of more green always wins. I did that once though. I did that once and it didn't look, it didn't work. It didn't feel like it worked out for me. Oh, maybe I'm just bad. You did what to my Balker? Nothing. Wink. Alright, close all. Cancel. Okay, no, yeah, close all. Woo! Don't have Vex's touch, I get. I mean, Vexed is like a cook, so like, it just makes sense. I don't think there's anything else I want to do, but I will keep that on just in case. I want a treat. I want something to eat. I don't know what I want to eat. Maybe I'll go get some... I got some honey roasted nuts. I'll go get some honey roasted nuts. Let me go get some honey roasted nuts. I will be right back. My autism is in a different realm. My brain is very tired now. Oh, I didn't mean to do the caps. Oh, there's a light on my keyboard for caps. I'm really touched by it. I'm putting that in the Discord. That deserves to go in the Discord. Wait, hold on. I need the whole thing. Boop. There we go. That's really funny. Putting it in the quoting board, that's really funny. That's the line. Is it really? I thought we just molded by it. I thought I was born in it, molded by it. I'm gonna be more specific. Really? Did you finish? Yeah. I got really lazy at the end. Oh, they're saying? Oh, okay. That's crazy. No, I'm proud of you. Thank you. I worked really hard. My brain hurts. Time for me to go to sleep. Good night. Good night, Parky. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you have a wonderful night. It's time to play Mega Bonk. Oh, well, while Parky goes sleep, we're gonna play Mega Bonk. Cancel? What the fuck? Update. Update. What? Alright, whatever. I don't even think... No, I did. Whatever. I don't care. I finished a run as the ogre. That's what I did last night. Was I played a run as the ogre, and then I won, and it was great. And I did that, and it's not gonna be there now. Yep. Okay, that's fine. I'll just do it again. I'll do it again right now. Let's go. Wait, hold on. I want to change our shade up a little bit. She said goodbye. Pocky, or not Pocky, Kiwi, you got me hooked. What are you playing? I'm playing Mega Bonk. It's just like Vampire Survivors, but it's 3D. And it's sillier, I would say. Hold on. So I'm slouching now. Okay. X. Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's made by Solo Indie Dev. I'm gonna be honest, I fucking do not like the ogre character. Like, he cute, but like, his axes kind of suck. Where are we going? We are gonna go across. Wait. Did I miss that? Oh my god, why is my mouse being stupid? Axe. Ow! I don't know where I'm going, so I'm just gonna go this way. Armor. Ooh. Oh, I need to turn a setting off. Cause I realized I was thinking about it, and like most of the times I play this game, I kind of get overstimulated by the time I'm done playing it, but I still want to play more. It's cause I would have, when I stream it, it's cause I'm playing, the game music is still on, and I'm listening to music, which is very overstimulating for me. I didn't realize that. Hello, tax lord. How you doing? Please don't tax me. Please. I already have to pay taxes. We come out at night. HPV jam. Ow. Ow, ow. I don't. What do you mean you don't know? Please. I'm just a little guy. I only just started being able to save my monies. Okay, I'm not going an efficient way through this map. Let's go this way. Chunk cam. Get out of here, chunk cam. My turn. Ow. Yeah. Fuck you, chunk cam. You ain't shit. You ain't shit, chunk cam. No! Ow! Yeah, he had to get that one in. Okay, that was. Ooh. Your teeth into me. Fine, you may get an section. Fuck yes, thank you. Bloody toad. Oh fuck! I just realized this also revert my progress on the fact that I got the extra tome slot. I'll go fight this guy though. Okay, excuse me. I'd like this chest, thank you. Let's do lightning. Swarm incoming right as I'm about to spawn the boss. That's a little crazy. So let's say hypothetically I've been put in the corner for something I definitely didn't do. How do I escape? You get someone to dress up as you and then you switch places. You go, oh my god, is that not the guy that actually did the thing? And then you swap places. My mouse is being like super bad. I don't understand why. Oh. Oh, I might die. Don't read into it, but I'm uniquely beating. It will never work. That's why you gotta have them dress like you and turn around, you know? They can't see the face. It's the face that they can't see, you know? You can't let them see your face, and then you can do it. I don't know if I'm strong enough to do this one. It's like a hope and a prayer, but I don't actually. So I need someone short. Yes. There's plenty of those in the world. Please die. Just die quickly, sir. You have 30 seconds to die. Oh, I'm going to die. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Oh, I died. Fuck. Oh, I could have had that too. I'll rebuy this stuff now. I don't think I really unlocked anything last night. Not me. I'm basically wanted globally. God damn. Why are you wanted globally? Bye. There we go. Yeah, and I bought like 4 refreshes. They're gone. They're gone. Guys, be sure to drink water. It makes me, it makes you feel better. Projectile speed. Conversations on. Is it tax evasion? Oh, I hope not. Perhaps, and helping people with taxes? Helping people with taxes is a good thing. Oh, I don't want that. Okay, not at least. So now we sent you over there. Ow. Give me one projectile count. Will that give me 4? It does. So this does count as a projectile. Okay. Let's do armor. How much money do I have? I have enough to open 2 chests. Statue, revolver, spiky shield. Then if he's not that way, he must be. Yeah, he's this way. First boss hasn't spawned yet. That's fine because I think we're doing pretty okay and stuff. Ooh, there's 2 of those. Perfect. So let's do axe first. Axe is more important because that's our primary weapon. Projectile count. There's another one over there. I want to get this right because I'm gonna have to come back over here anyway. Was that a rage? Fuck yes, give that to me. Ow, okay, I'm leaving. Oh, I got stuck on something. Stone gone. Ooh, fuck. See if we can open something nice. Okay. Knockback, pick up brain. Axe, because that one's blue, that one Beber. Gamer goggles, fuck yes, bro. Because this guy fucking lives dangerously. Okay, I'm a little tired of keys at this point. I would like something else. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. We gotta run the fuck away. Swarm incoming. That is not good for us. Fuck! Oh, I had such good damage, but I kept taking damage. And I didn't invest in any health. That's okay. But at least we're getting to a consistent level where it's like, we're probably gonna get it. Let's do lifesteal. No armor, only lifesteal. Oh, damage 6 projectile count. 2. This does same. So now we can have both. I should jump size. Do size. Take your money. All I wanna do is take your money. Lifesteal. It's a revolver. Giant fork. Okay. Let's go this way. Give me money. Take your money. I'd like a lifesteal book and a damage book if possible. What's up here? Attach trade. He is like over there. Okay. Do I have money for a chest? I do have money. I like how you grab your tail. Thank you. I think it's fun when I'm playing games because that's kind of how I feel. We'll do projectile speed tome. We're just gonna go full on projectile then. Fire staff, fuck it. Damage. Let's get this boss out of here. Woo! Okay. Alright. Okay, we're leaving. That's fine. I didn't want to be there anyway, you know? And the mini boss should be spawning soon. Oh. Can't afford. Chunky boy. Where's my chunky boy? I'm not fucking with that. I'm leaving. They keep beating me the fuck up and it hurts. Rude. Maybe you should have taken the HP regen, but it's alright. I think we have some life steals. Getting hurt isn't good for you. No, it is not. Fire stay. Oh, fuck me, Jesus. I didn't know that would work. Get nuked, dumbass. Get nuked. Swarm incoming, let's go. Oh shit, that nuke would have been good for now. It's okay. Let's go get a few more things. So I think we can Ow, fuck. Let's do HP tome. HP regen. Get out of my fucking way, dude. Oh, this shit fucking hurts. Ow. Bruh. Alright, we gotta leave. We cannot do this. We have to. Fuck. Oh, fuck. I am dead. Microwave. Alright, what we got? I curse Kiwi. This is actually a really fun game. I've had a lot of fun with it. How are you? I'm good. How are you? It is a really fun game. Have you played it? Oh, that did nothing. Hold on, I want to restart. I had to uninstall so I can focus on work. Ugh, fair. I'm sorry. Okay, fair. I'm not mad at you anymore then. I didn't know I would like games like this much, but it kind of makes sense. Yeah, I've played it. Cool. What's your favorite character? My brother got me Split Fiction today, so excited to play it. Fuck yeah. Hope you have fun with that. The fox? That's fair. I got a size book. I'm gonna become a real big boy. I'm gonna be the biggest of boys. The world is somehow not who wants to live it. The luck goes crazy. That's fair. That is very fair. I do like the luck of the. Oh, why did I go this way? I know where the thing is. It is this way. Babe, don't get me wrong. But Aura is also fun. Aura is fun too. Okay, they're all fun. Yeah, I think they're all like different and fun in their own ways, and they can be like chained together very well with a lot of different things. So they're all just kind of fun. Say this axe is kind of like my least favorite thing right now. Let's do movement speed just so I can fucking get out of this shit faster. Get off! Oh my god, 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 please. Get off. Fucking. Holy jeez. I wouldn't mind the bow, to be honest. Oh, this is the one where if I stay still, it'll give me better. Let's take this one. And let's take this one. Getting luck boots and high luck, then getting high attack speed and damage. Just do so much damage and you can't be touched. That does sound pretty nice. I'm a very newbie to this game, so I don't know a lot about like the different things you can do with it yet. I just know that I like a bigger damage. Give me my book. Jesus Christ. The thing down there. I'm gonna look at this boss. And then I'm leaving. I'm leaving until I can do a lot of damage. Oh. Fuck. I got cocky. Oh good. Okay. I didn't know you could hold the restart button when you're dying. I didn't know that. Sometimes I don't want to go back into the menus. I just want to keep playing. I'm just gonna restart. When I die, I just want to restart. Because I'm gonna keep playing the character until I win. Let's see. Projectile can't. So with aura, you're not shooting anything, so if you attack faster, you damage things faster. Speed is also fun. But like, does that, because there's two of them. There's the attack speed and then projectile speed. Skelly Boy Calcium's my favorite. So like, thank you for the lurk, Echo. Or Moon, sorry. So like, does that mean like you need attack speed, or does it apply attack speed? Okay, that's what I thought, because like I'm doing projectile run right now, but it's good to know for the future. So if I run aura, I can do attack speed, which makes sense, because that would make sense of why it was really good on like Sir Ufi, because like he's like attack speed. It's not projectile. Okay. Apparently you move faster diagonally. That kind of makes sense, honestly. The tea. I see, I see. But Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Attack speed is the time between triggering. Projectile speed is how fast they move, and move speed is your character. So I could still take attack speed on a projectile. Okay. Please leave me alone. I missed the burger. I missed the fucking burger. I missed the fucking burger. Please. Leave me alone. I have so many things. I want the banana ring. Give me banana ring. Oh my god. He dropped on my head. Oh my god. Chunkam, get away from me. I have no help. Please. Oh my gosh. Let's do this one. Oh, I should have gotten the other one too, actually. Okay, you know what? Fuck you. Fuck you. I don't have enough. I don't have enough? I don't have enough. Okay. Bananas. There's health right there. Please, 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 Chunkam. Please, Chunkam, give me the hell. Oh, fuck! Lifesteal is so good. So is the campfire. I agree. I like lifesteal a lot. I'm constantly moving, so I feel like I can't utilize the campfire as well. Oh my god, the boss. Touching everything. I'm touching everything, and then I'm hoping and praying. I will take Aura, actually, this time. Now that I know. Ooh. I just realized, you know that Subway ad about protein? Which one? The only Subway ads I've been getting is that they have like the member perk system again, like they did in the olden days, and they're like trying to capture on nostalgia for people. Never be as good. Fuck. I want to do damage to him. Aura and then bananas. Aura and bananas. Oh, I got the campfire this time. Banana. Might touch that statue. Damage. Oh. Let's go around a little bit more and then I'll circle back to this guy. Oh, it's up there. Let's do lifesteal. Multiple attack speed. Let's see. I'm gonna go around this number. Yeah, I'll go up and then I'll go to the boss. I heard a chest. Ow. The one I'm getting is about protein roll thing, and everybody drops what they're doing, and it's like $3.99, and the lady's like, "What's $3.99?" And the main guy and the guy who is eating is like, "Nobody tells her because she would have dropped the baby." Like, that's just wild to me. That is kind of crazy. Alright, Chunk Ham, you want some of this? You want some of this, Chunk Ham? You can't handle this, Chunk Ham. That's my thought. Swarm incoming. Okay. Can't believe it. I mean, like, hopefully she wouldn't drop the baby, you know? Hopefully. Let's do this one. Do you have Chonk Ham, Elaine? I like Chonk Ham. I didn't like him at first, but he kind of grew on me. I'm not. Skedaddle, skedoodle. Oh, that hurt my little noodle. Oh, that's gonna hurt my little noodle too. Okay. Oh my god, I cannot see. Oh my gosh. I would just like you to die, sir, please and thank you. I have 30 seconds to kill this knife. Ooh! Ow, 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 ow. Damage toll. Alright. Ooh, I did it! I did it. I'm gonna have him run around for a little bit, though. Easy peasy lemon squeezy chat. Oh, chonk to your ham? I don't. Man, what, you don't got chonk to your ham? You should try it. It's great. Chonk to your ham is great. Don't push me. Projectile speed. Let's see. Okay, maybe it's time to get out of here. Maybe, okay. Oh. Okay, I need to get out of here. Oh, fuck, ow. Oh no. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I did okay. I did the thing I wanted to do. And now I have a blue guy, even though I like the... I wonder if this one would give me the... No, that would be the dark, huh? A little bit. Alright, let's play a little bit as Calcium, I think, is my plan. Sure. 2 refreshes for me, and I'd like to play as Calcium, because I want to get his dark Calcium skin. Let's go, my boy! Pickup range, elite spawn. Let's do this one, I guess. A little boy, a little one boy. Mirror. Nice. Look. Let's do lightning staff. I think that's what I wanted to do yesterday. I think I wanted to do lightning staff and revolver on him. Hello, Bush. I took 5 of my coins. Full down to Yeah, fuck them bugs. I wanted that pot. That was good lifesteal one. It's okay. Boop, boop. Excuse me. Excuse me. Luck, thank you. Can I touch the pot? I can. Knockback, sure. I wish you would get a little bit of XP if you did like sick moves with him. Let's do this. Hi, Star. How was your day today? Welcome on in. Oh, chest. Let's refresh this one. One other one. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, Bob. It's okay. A bit burnt out from doing 3D modeling. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, anything new, I feel like if you have to do it a lot, kind of... Ooh, a revolver. Let's go. Kind of sucks a bit. So you get used to it, to be honest. Where do I want to go next? This way. I do have to go to the boss soon, though. Got 3 different grabs related to 3D models, so I'm deaf drowning in it. Oh, geez, that's a lot. Did you not get any other, like... Oh, wait, how many? Are you taking 4 classes? Maybe they just want to get you to get all that 3D modeling out of the way. 5? Okay. Well, at least it's not... Well, it still actually is a majority of your classes. But at least maybe you won't have to do it next year. Hopefully. Trying to graduate in the fall. That's fair. That's fair, and I wish you the most of luck. What's up, Stone Golem? I still got things I want to do on the map, so you're gonna have to excuse me. And a nuke. Thank you. Of course, I believe in you. Damaged home. This way. This is gonna hurt. Not if I bump into trees, it won't. I am poor. Oh, can I touch both of these? Max HP. I could have done regen, I guess, actually. Let's do knockback. This way. I love how fast calcium is. So beautiful. Oh. So warm incoming. Oh no. Oh, box it over there. I think I'm pretty good outside of like. Ooh, I heard that chest. Did I? Oh, maybe I'm over here. To detone. Just eat that burger. Let's swallow this guy. And back. Welcome back, Oso. How you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Played some more, no more rest for the weekend. Honestly, the game's pretty fun. Just now got to the settlement part. Dude, isn't it though? It's pretty fun. I like how, and the art style of it, really nice. There's a corner of the map I didn't Ow. Stop that. You stop that. You stop that. You're about to die anyway. Defeat a stage boss buster. Damage. There's a few things on the map I want to go get. I just want to go up the side. There's stuff that I missed. Let's do jump height. I said it was really good, but it was a bit weird with the heads of the male. No, that's fair. They do, to be fair, they do have a bit, monkey proportion with the long arms. It is a little weird, but I think it makes sense for, like, the Ori and the Blind Forest folks. Where's that? What's above? Oh. Gotta get out of here. It is time to leave. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, fuck. I forget how fast it is, right? I try to get a great axe to keep costs. Oh, very cool. Are you making it out of, like, what's it called? It's that foam stuff. It's like you heat it up, and then as it cools down, it keeps its shape. I can't remember what it's called, though. How is calcium doing? Quests. Kill. Okay, cool. I'll do a few more with Cal, and then because I want to also kind of check out the desert bud, as in the game. Oh, fair. I've been going with heavy hammers. I'm always a heavy hammer kind of gal. It's a really good setup. I wish I would have just left. So if I had some cool armor, I would cosplay my LC in real life on a whim. Fair. That's kind of how I feel like with my VTuber. Is like I have similar clothes to my VTuber, but I'd really like to get an outfit that's like what my VTuber wears for cons and stuff, which I might do next year when we go to Off-Kai. Because next year we're going to Off-Kai for sure. Oh, yeah, it is. I would have to get a bear pelt. You can get a fake one. Revolver. Actually, would you... Oh, so if you had the choice, would you want an ethically sourced bear skin to wear, or would you rather have a fake one? And, like, it's, like, guaranteed, like, the bear died of old age. You know, they didn't kill the bear just for the pelt. This yellow guy. Yahoo! Bear's name was Smokey. God damn. Honestly, ethically sounds like a cooler option would depend on how they look and how easy they are to wear. That's fair. I feel like the only like problem would be maintaining it, probably. But I feel like it might be like there'd be a quality of a life to it that would be really nice. Like it's just authentic and it's probably pretty soft. Look. Give me this guy. Nope, I don't have money for that guy. I hear the thingy. Why is it up here? Fuck. Boss Buster, bro. I can't believe I just got that. Let's fucking go. Yeah, honestly, for the life of me, if I ever come across with a shop with medieval, I would lose all my money. On God. On God. That's how I feel when I go to the Ren Fair and there's like some like really nice like metal worked stuff. I'm just like, my money. My money. Ooh, Boss Buster twice in a row. Let's go. That's a lot of guys. Oh my god, already? Holy shit. Doing too bad. Oh. Let's fucking go. I missed like 3 fucking church things. Honestly, kind of feels like less is more right now. Like, I've only put my levels into revolver and bonus, dude. That'll speed. Give me. Whoa! I just straight up fucking face bumped into him. I am very much a glass cannon right now. My parents would probably question my sanity if I showed up with a full armor set to the house. But like, if you think about it, there were like 10,000 worse things you could show up to the house with. And I think that's an argument that shouldn't be taken lightly. Let's do shield. Oh, I didn't mean to click that one. That's okay. It doesn't matter. A swarm's incoming. Oh, yeah. After evading, deal 2 times the damage. I like that. Damaged home. Now I can start spreading out my stuff a little more. Okay, I'm gonna go this way. Just see what's over here. Looks like it's just chests. There's a nuke here now. Take this nuke. Did I miss it? Is it on? Excuse me. I'm trying to find what that nuke is. Where's that nuke? Okay. Is this? Oh, wait, no, that's a bush. Oh no, I see it. Bonk. Alright, I'm gonna get these 3 charged statues over here, and then I'm gonna go fight the guy. You're bad influence for me, Elaine, and I love you for it. You're welcome. Listen, we all deserve some fun in our life. That's what I have to say. Lifesteal. Excuse me. I might opening some more chests. Attack speed. And there's one more that's up. It's right there. See if any of those shop guys got anything cool, dude. Oh man. Lainey, I got. You got partner. Congrats. Good job. Good job, RC. I'm so proud of you. I knew you would do it. It was just a matter of time. You choker. I was very focused. There was a lot of spit in my mouth. There's a lot of spit in my mouth, and it just sort of happened, but good job. Guys, if you're not following the amazing Rat Cousin, please do so. They're so fucking creative and so fucking funny. They're like my Oshi. On God, I wish to be as creative as them. So, go check them out if you fucking haven't. Did I hear another chest? No, I'm just going fucking crazy. Oh, so please, yes, go check them out. Watch them. They're amazing. We love them very, 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 very much. You're drunk tonight? No, this is just how I am normally. I've talked to you in DMs. I've said these things to you multiple times. Are you drunk tonight? You could get drunk tonight if you wanted to celebrate your cool-ass victory. We'll say that. I liked your cowboy stuff today. I think that was today. You did cowboy, or that was yesterday? No, it was today. I don't remember. I honestly don't, to be honest with you. The days, they blur together. I did a lot of editing today. This one. Shield. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy, 'twas today. Okay, cool. I'm not going cuckoo banana. Celebrating pod. Celebrating pod. That makes a lot of sense. There's a swarm incoming. I just set off a nuke. What do you mean? By accident. Circled around. But I hope you're having a good day, and I really fucking appreciate you coming here and telling me. Because I consider you an inspiration. Final swarm coming. Not today. Not in my ass. I'm leaving. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It means a lot. It means a lot that you would think of me. Right, cousin? Listen. Listen, I got a special offer for you. Can I draw you as a little fetus? Listen, me and my chat, we have this thing that if you have a 9-month sub, you get drawn as a fetus. But to celebrate you being partner, may I draw you as a little fetus? I'm testing our friendship right now. I'm testing if Rat Cousin actually thinks I'm cool. Look at them crits. Look at these crits. Let's do luck. I've got 4 of those at this point. Fuck yes. Chad, I think we might have scared him off. That's alright. All my misses. I do have to make a list of that. I could do that after this run. That was one right there. I want these ones. And then we can go. As I don't think RC wants us to draw him as a fetus. To be fair, he's probably more of a person that wants to be drawn as a sexy person. We can draw sexy people. We are surrounded. We are surrounded by sexy people. That's right. I'm talking about you, chat. But only the ones that are here right now. Because like sometimes you're not sexy. Sometimes, I'm gonna be honest, sometimes you're a little stinky. Sometimes. Just sometimes though. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's chunking. But I showered. Well, that's why I'm saying right now. Right now, you're not. Right now, you're not. But sometimes you are. You don't shower all the time. Where am I? Where are you? And I'm so sorry. I cannot sleep. I can't. Oh, hey, what's up, Junkin? He disappeared. From now on, I live in the shower. But that doesn't mean you don't stink, though. That doesn't mean you don't stink. Because, like, what if you don't turn on the shower? And if you turn on the shower, you gotta, like, use soap. Drop chance. One more nukes. Damage to elites, fuck it. Yeah, Chunkam, what you got? What you got? What you got? You got nothing. Oh, wait, okay, maybe you got something, but it's... Oh, no! I died. I did it. Oh. I got to level 2, which is pretty cool. Have I still not killed 15,000 with it? Not yet, damn. Who wants to try Procreate Dream? Because I got that today. I got Procreate Dream today. Where's Rat? Because I don't want to DM them. That's not. Is that the animation one? It is the animation one. Because I had an idea for stream for an animation that I want to do. I'm going to send Rat Cousin a meme. Which meme do I send? Do I not have enough memes? I don't really, huh? Good job on part. Alright. Why didn't I change the art? I thought I changed that to art. We had a Rat Cousin spawn while I was changing a tire. Yeah, we did. He was telling us how he got partnered today. And that's why he was doing his cowboy stuff. Honestly, I'm honest. Rat Cousin's great. I wish I was more involved in what he was doing. Just we're so busy here all the time. We got so many things to do. Alright, we got 2 hours left to stream, and I'm gonna take the rest of that time. You know what I'm gonna do for the rest of that time? I'm gonna draw. I wish there was a more lossless, like, screen sharing application for... I could look that up. I don't know why I'm not. I have free will. Screen... Is that possible? Seven-day free trial. To wait for so long. Okay, whatever. I told Rat Cousin that I'm going to Offkai next year for sure, because I don't know if we'll go this year. And he's like, yeah, I might go. And I'm like, what? You better, and or else. And he's like, or else what? And I was like, I'll fucking write a twit longer that you're not going because you hate me. Oh, I clicked that with my mouse. This is cool. 4K widescreen, make your movie in the most popular film format. Empty. Whoa. About this artwork history resolution theater. Cool. Oh. Okay, so what if I like drew like a ball? Okay. Finish drawing. And then if I keyframe. How does this work? Oops. That's so cool. And then like if I just move it, okay, move it down. It's like, whoa. Oh, that's kind of cool. And then can I go to a keyframe? Yeah, and then I can like, what if I want to squish it? Nope. Well, well, well. Hello, Swallow. How are you doing today? I gotta make it stretch, though. How do I make it stretch? How do I stretch it? Set in. How do I stretch it? Or edit anchor? No, that's fine. How do I... Can rotate it? That's cool. Okay. Wait, I did it. Wait, no, that's wrong. Because it would be like here. Rotate it and I squish it. Whoa. Dude, this is crazy. Cause like this is kind of like live 2D. And the fact that you can kind of just draw one thing and then it just kind of works. Which I think is kind of crazy. Like, look at that. That's kind of crazy. Okay. I don't know how I do the... Am I hearing animation in the future? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. All right. Do we want to draw a fetus? No, not right now. I want to draw a kiwi. I want to draw a kiwi. Because I want to make some modifications to this, I think. Group. What is this? This is the sketch one. I'm gonna duplicate, and then I'm gonna group these. And then I'm gonna flatten this, because I want to move your head. Just want to move your head a little bit. Because I'm wondering if... Okay, cool. And then... Do I like that more? Like actually move it to where it's equal, huh? Yeah, stretch, redeem, stretch. That's what the wellness check is for. You draw me like one of your French goblins. That's how I hear you saying that, by the way. I think the only thing that I want to change. Check you, boob. Sometimes I do. You made me sound like Jennifer Coolidge. You're welcome. Well, this only says hydrate. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, I'll also stretch, I promise. I will also stretch. And I would change it right now, but I'm going to be honest, my keyboard is in a spot where... That was such a rude... It's awfully rude. Okay, the only thing I want to change is this right here. Like, it was kind of a mocking. I think I like it. Are these the same size? I guess that's my only other question, is if I made the wrist the same size. Yeah, pretty much. Cool. Okie dokie. We are gonna be friends. Outline brush. Oops. There you go. Oops. I just realized what line art size I did this in, so I gotta keep it. So I like the size of it. Kiwi, do you want me to draw a book here? I probably should. I think I will. But I don't know if I'll do like any other like accessories for the desk. Cause I think like it'd be nice if you could like for you to like add whatever fun things you want to the desk. But I think I will add your book maybe. Maybe. I don't know if I like that. This bang, this bigger bang has been like kind of a bitch. I'm not gonna lie. This will be the back here. Maybe a piece of parchment, if not a whole book. Yeah, we could do that. Let me do another layer. Oh, I also have to make a closed eye version and a mouth open version. I'll do that after I get done with the line art. There we go. And then I'm just gonna connect these. No, I think that's okay. And then this one. There we go. And then let's do an ear. I'll put that on a different layer. Oops, I did that on the same layer. Oh no. Copy and paste. Clear. Flip horizontal. Oops. Try to duplicate it. Flip horizontal. Good night. Good night. Good night, moon. Mwah. Sleep well. Tuck, 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 tuck. I hope you sleep wonderfully well. I hope you stay nice and cozy during the night. Have a wonderful one. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the boop. Ooh, I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like you, Sam. I am. I don't remember how that goes, honestly. Okie dokie. New layer. Your sleeping room was so adorable. Well, thank you. I got it from their name on Twitter is Eel Soup. They are one of my favorite emote artists. I'm gonna draw this like it's the full thing. That's a name. Yep. Was memorable though. Oops, sorry. Okay, goodbye for real. Good night, Moon. Good night. I don't know if that would stay as one or not. I'm gonna do it like this and then connect it around here. Finish the base. What the fuck? I did not pick up my brush, bruh. Finally realized. Turn not that guy, this guy down. Okay, cool. Dokey. Got the bun. That's right. Okay, cool. Kind of like this one more. Just do it this way. Okay, and then see what else we got. We got the hands and the outfit and the feather and the face. Face I want to do last though because I want to do the open mouth, closed mouth stuff. Go will form. Finger. To you. I want you to be happy. Make you fly. And the time you can make it right. Dizzy home carry funny friends that make you laugh and be out just a little bit high. Your mother at your side, eyes on make you fly. Feel the time you can make it right. Freedom come dizzy on caffeine. Friends that make you this one. Keeps becoming straight. Be happy. Get dizzy on caffeine. Find friends that make you laugh. I need to bring this tablet to me. Eh. Oops. I think I just don't want this one. Yeah, there we go. I feel like I'm definitely over splitting this, but oh well. Better safe than sorry. Dude, okay. Ooh, I should do that as a separate one. Oh my god, my eye itches. Nope. 32. Go. Yeah. Except I want to move this top one up a little bit. March down. There we go. See, I gotta draw the table. And then I think other than the face, I think I got most of the line art done. This is why I had the grid. Oop. Oops. There, I think. And then I can just do the diagonal lines. Okay, that's good. Mm. There we go. Oh, looking very studious. Also, I like the creature that got the chopper hat on. That's BLT. He's our little TTS pet. You can make him say anything you want, as long as it's TOS friendly. How you doing, Bevan? I hope you're having a lovely day. But I just doing homework. How is homework? Hope your homework has been going okay. Yeah, I think that discs. All right, now let me try to draw. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, because I like in the middle. I've never drawn an eye closed before. Or like at least this variant of eye style I've never drawn closed before. Not bad. I'm almost done. I got like a page and a half of Japanese. Then I gotta retype out some text from the textbook and submit it. Fuck yeah! Look at you getting there. I think. Yes, that's right. So it would be. Actually, you know what? Let me do this. This will be easier. Ooh, this. Why is my pen being so weird today? Okay, what is happening? Hold on. Do I have a microfiber cloth at my desk? Oh fuck! I don't think I do. Right, that's fine. I'll just use this guy. This guy. Just wondering if like maybe I've drawn on my screen a bit much and now the oil from my hand is making you confused. I say that and then it still fucks it up. Okay. Alright, and then duplicate. And then we're flipping it. Oh, nope, flip it vertically. And then alright, do I like that or do I want it to be thinner? I think I kind of want it to be thinner. Why are you hugging a broom? This is my tail, my guy. Tis not a broom, you silly. It is my tail. Duplicate. Mind. Snapping. Horizontal. Okay, I turn these off. Do it like this. Yes, what you say is true. I would be the right kind of girl for you. There we go. Now we have kiwi eyes closed. And now I can do kiwi eye open. Oops. Mm. There we go. New one, and then I want to make a circle. That's an okay circle. you say is true. I'm gonna never be the right kind of good for you. I'll be all okie dokie. A bit small. There we go. And then like an oval shape. Make it a bit bigger. Duplicate. There we go. And let's group them. And then duplicate and then flip horizontal. Oh, but I forgot about that part. Let's do this. Oops. Oops. There we go. Then I just want to make sure that this is straight across. Find it here. And then just make sure that these are correct. Yeah, pretty much. I think this side could be a little bit lower. I think that's good. And then I just take and this part I just out a little bit more. Oh, you know what? No. Duplicate. Boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Hmm. think I like that size more. Sorry for being a bit quiet. I kind of got locked in. I'm done with the titles. Good job. I'm proud of you. I apologize for being a bit quiet. I kind of got a little locked in here. Distorted a little. I also made a thing if you want to take a break for a quick game. Yeah, I'm down. I am down. Let me just make sure that this looks good and then I'm done. Yeah. Alright. Tier maker creates. Oh, Jesus. Have me rate your story titles? Tell me more. I need a cover, not for me boring. Okay. Baru of regressors, reincarnators, and I need a cover. Daughter of the Midnight Sun. Need a cover. I don't know what this word means, so maybe not for me. Simple life of an immortal uncle. Tell me more. The people of the land. The strange and fantastical. Need a cover. Altair. Need a cover. Forerunners. Ex-adventurer. Tell me more. Quiet adventure. Tell me more. Perceived authority. I need a cover. The human condition. I need to read that one. Warrior's pilgrimage. Elaine picked up 6-7. Wait, no. Wait, no. What do you mean, wait, no? 2 on 100. I already picked my number. Grand Altier. I like the just Altier better. Assistant of the BB. I like this one. This one could be cute. Tell me more about this one. Runes for hire. I need a cover. I know 6. That's what I'm saying. The distance from spell to blade. Rewriting yesterday. Tell me more. Beyond the stars. Tell me more. Abandoned my magic. Tell me more. Mindscape. I need to read this. Trial and error. Tell me more. Blue moon. Vicarious fantasy. I'd like a cover. Potion maker's apprentice. Need a cover. Secondhand. I need a cover. Entelequia. I feel like tell me more on that one. Those who came before. I need a cover. Wow, I forgot how fucking bad serious. How fucking bad Serious 1 is. Wow, I forgot how fucking bad Serious 1 is. I'm gonna grab a classic con. What is that? Gold standard. Tell me more. Mystic mentality? I'd like to know more about that one. Diary of a regressor. Meh. Daughter of the Midnight Sun. I'm gonna be honest, Kiwi. That one makes me go a little bit like not for me. I think it's because it seems like a romance novel. The God in My Basement. I need to read that one. It's the one you read on stream? Oh. Well, then tell me more. The Aliens. I need a cover because that makes me think of Donna. Eclipse of the Midnight Sun. That one. Constructed. The Modern Day Ancient. Need a cover. Brilliant. I was like, there's not going to be one I'm going to say is boring. Whimsy. I need a cover. Why the fuck did I think this would work? Oh, boy. You got this. In the Woods. Tell me more. Simple Lives. I need a cover. Skillsmith. Sounds cool. Ideation. Dungeon Retrieval is a specialist. Tell me more. Actually, never want to read that. Proptopia. Father of the Precious Ones. Tell me more. Horde Academy. I need a cover. Perceptivism. Meh. Meh. Familiar. Meh. Dragon Hordes. I need a cover. Overcast. Eh. Not really for the one-worded ones, I think. Systems of Power. That one's kind of bland, in my opinion. Kingdoms. Eh. Hand of God. I could use a cover. I found one that doesn't need 1 million articles to understand. Let's go! Long Quest Home. Tell me more. Actually, I like that one. Founder's Guide to City Building. Eh. Oh, I'm gonna read a story? What story? Accepting abdications. I need a cover. Flashbang warning. Okay. Hold on. I will read this after I finish this, okay? Long Rest. Tell me more. Curious Critter. Need a cover. Himbo Hero. I'd need a cover. The Baron's Daughter is Strange. Tell me more. Reaper's Reign. I need a cover. Monster Hunter's Field Guide. Eh. Cosmic Zoo. That one could be fun. Tell me more about this one. Actually, why is this so zoomed in? Okay, maybe it needs to be a little zoomed in. Okay. Rediscovery. House Rules. The Chicken and the Girl. I'd need a cover, but I know, you know what? Tell me more. Mistaken Transmigration. The Creator. Taming Desires. Taste of Power. Choosing to Fall. Tell me more. Devouring Dungeons. Konglang. I don't know what that means, so I'm gonna put that one. Heretic. Mastery. Enlightenment. I'm gonna be honest. A lot of these single name ones are kind of for me. Miracle Called Magic. I'm definitely totally not trying to get you into SUC, so I have someone to talk. Oh, I'm fine with that. Miracle Called Magic. I'd like a cover. Game of Cat and Mouse is another cover. Mercenary King is a cover one. A Tale of Magic. I feel like there's a lot of those. The Chicken is a Ronin in the same world as the... Oh. Clockwork Array. Digital Talismans. Mystical Properties. Dream Eater. Need to read that one. Damsel in Romance. The amount of book titles appeared here has surpassed the amount of text I have read in my entire literature. Oh, same. Probably only read like 2 books in my life. Building an empire with my production type cheat skill. Enchanted Engagements. This one could be fun. I feel like that one could be fun. Accessorize. Vexed Vows. Tell me more. Command to Survive. Journey Through the Underworld. Tell me more. Fairy Tale Requiem. I'd need a cover. Spellbreaker. Maybe. Two-Legged Cub. Unexpected Delivery. Tell me more. Hiryu's Mission. Maybe like a cover. Last Moments. Sea Flame sounds cool. Lord of the Midnight Sun. Tell me more. Maritime Adventures. I need a cover. Song of the Flame. I'm glad it randomized the order somewhat. Cool. The First Daughter. I feel like Daughter of the Midnight Sun sounded cooler. Shepherd of the Flock. Maybe. Primal Tricks. Xeno. Homunculus. I'll take Homunculus. It's one of my favorite. Homunculus is one of my favorite words. House of the Thousand Games. Kiwi the Goblin. Okay, well, I have to put that one at the top. Multi-level Demon Lord. It need a cover. An Otherworld Collection. Need to read it. Dungeoneer. Under the Surface. Superpower job placement. That sounds great. Tell me more. Ooh, the game one is a horror. The game one? Oh, House of a Thousand Games? Ooh, Devil of the Black Forest. Tell me more. Temptress. Fashion Light. Happiness in the Mundane? Give. Birth of Magic? I need a cover. Saints and Sages. Maybe? We weren't made in his image. Fucking sounds sick. Call of the Void also sounds cool. Tell me more. Hyperbolic. Don't know what that word means. Tyrant's Lamnet. I'd need a cover. Immortum. That sounds like a cool word. Tell me more. Cult of the Faith. Cult of Faith. Tell me more. Mob Rule. Meh. This depends. For the greater good, I want that one. About 20 of the titles are side stories in Saints and Sages. Oh, okay. Web of Heroes, eh. Escapism, eh. Unrequited Eternity. Need a cover. I would click, oh, we weren't made in his image, and image are so fast it would break my mouse. Fair. Peaceful Era. Meh. Faux Hero. I'll hear more about that one. Primal Hero, eh. Diary of an Otherworlder, I'd need a cover. Unsynchronized, sounds interesting. Artificial Industry God King, tell me more. I just kind of like that, the name God King. Endless Pastures, I'd need a cover. Afterlife, I'd be interested in hearing more about that one. Golden Age, Records of Aurelia, eh. Isekai Nomad, eh. Gnostic, I don't know what that word means. So, eh. Consumed, tell me more. Rebirth, eh. Magic of Many Moons. Cryptic. Dude, I like the look of your... Thank you! Ozumi Wizard made it. Ozu made it. I would definitely say check them out if you haven't. I love their stuff. I'm kind of getting an idea of a genre of taste. Possibly. They also do really nice men. They do really nice men as well, I would say. They do really nice men. Look at Carla. She's so cute. Yeah, I love Ozu's art. Ozu's art, 10 out of 10. Okay, back here. Okay. Part of the whole. I like this one. Chronoforming? I don't know what that means. Agreed hallucinations? I'd like to know more about that one. Life in a coffin? Meh. Dominion? Maybe depending on the cover. Nested paradox sounds pretty cool. Sanguine? Isn't that a color? Convergent civilization. I'd like to hear more about that one, but that's like a 50-50. Victims and Outcasts. If Victims and Outcasts is like a what's it called? Like a vignette story thing, I think I'd like it. Sanguinarian. Okay. I think I'd still do I Need a Cover. King of the Damned. Tell me more. Request. What are you ranking? Kiwi wrote book titles, so I'm going through them. Eco. Runa Morome. I need a cover. Isekai stuff. Ballad of Blades. I need a cover for that one. Songs of Wild Magic. Tell me more. Mightier Than the Sword. Eh. Awakening of Worlds. Need a cover. The Summoning. Cover. Granted. Elemental. Desires. Master of Magics. Eh. I think you're gonna have to be my cover quality check. Yeah, that's fine. Goalmancy. I don't know what that means. Myths and Legends. Tell me more. Array Master? I need a cover because when I think of array, I think of math. The Wandering God? Tell me more. Arms of the Giants? Tell me more. I like giants. Hive mind, I'd need a cover. Convergence conspiracy, tell me more. Delusions of a wandering mind, I feel like that one's not as strong. Multiversal uncertainty, right? Like magic circles. Okay, hold on. Tell me more. Okay, wait. Meh. About the journey, tell me more. Romantic tomorrow, I'd need a cover. Through the woods. Through the woods to grandmother's house we go. Clerical magic, meh. System pioneer, eh. And then I kind of wanna, hold on. The human condition, the god in my basement, homunculus. Okay, you will go first. I know this doesn't really matter, but cryptic mindscape. Wait, did I not put Immortum up here? I kind of like that one. Brain cooked, tired, belly empty, progress made. Good job, Pookie. Where did I put Immortum? I thought that one sounded cool, I think. This one. I think Mindscape would go here. Yeah. You ain't saving it for me? I got you. Save or download. Save. And then I'll send it to you so I don't forget. There you go. Okay, now it's time to read this. Which I'm going to put ambient music on because we got to. Ambient music. Thank you, Pookie. Of course. Dark fantasy ambient. Alrighty. Item number SCP-8345. Object class. How do you say this? How do you say this? How do you say this? Euclid. Okay. Special containment procedures. The only known sample of SCP-8345 exists on a piece of flat 1 centimeter canvas cut from the remains of case study number 5, surrounded by inert gas contained inside a hermetically sealed glass container within the biological agents contaminate lab of site 19. Okay, wait, surrounded by inert gas contained. Okay. Sorry, I wanted to reread it so I understood. Description. SCP-8345 is an extinct infectious Euclidean microorganism that exhibits a number of anomalous effects on its host. SCP-8345's primary anomalous quality is its ability to exist in standard 3-dimensional non-Euclidean space despite possessing 2-dimensional Euclidean topology and presumably originating from such a lower dimensional space. SCP-8345 accomplishes this feat by occupying flat planes within 3-dimensional space, such as walls, paper, screens, where it can survive. Okay, so it's like a flat object that is a 2D entity in the 3D world. Interesting. While it can survive in such spaces, the absence of living hosts for reproduction makes its visit inevitably short. It is believed that SCP-8345's anomalous predation method was an evolutionary adaptation to living as a 2-dimensional entity in a 3-dimensional space. Classic Con article, it's so peak, fuck yeah. Stage 1. Early SCP-8345's infection is functionally undetectable. It is believed to occur by a flat section of skin coming into contact with a plane occupied by SCP-8345 cells. SCP-8345 cells then migrate across the skin, often appearing as a blemish or a bruise, until it can reach an entry port such as a cut on the skin. SCP-8345 will propagate freely and aggressively on the walls of the host veins and arteries, as a three-dimensional immune system cannot recognize or react to the two-dimensional foreign bodies. No outward physical symptoms present, but the host may complain of general feeling of unwellness. At this stage, the loss of mass is generally too low to be noticeable. Case study. 28-year-old male D class with a large amount of body tattoos upon contact with the subject's soul. SCP-8345 inspection migrated up as a bruise until it reached a tattoo, whereupon it shifted into an extension of the tattoo and moved up until it encountered a pre-placed entry wound on the skin. Stage 2. Symptoms begin to manifest. SCP-8345 has covered essentially all the walls of major arteries and veins, and naturally begun to contract as the three-dimensional cylinder is incompatible with their topology. D-class are the death row prisoner users. Yeah. The guys in the orange suits. This presents as inexplicable sudden bruising across the extremities and moving towards the chest, as capillaries and arteries burst from being suddenly compressed into two dimensions. Blood unable to flow through flat vessels pools where it is, giving rise to potential crush syndrome as dying blood cells release poisonous potassium, though hosts do not live long enough to exhibit crush syndrome regardless. Having reached critical mass and collapsing topology of the bloodstream, SCP-8345 cells flow out into major organs and tissues. At this stage, loss of mass is noticeable and is usually attributed to weight loss from illness. 30-year-old female D-class unable to move due to swelling and pain in the extremities. MRI revealed that 78% of her blood vessels in her limbs had flattened out, destroying the internal muscle. That's crazy, bro. Stage 3. Advanced SCP-835 infections cause immense physical pain to the host as SCP-8345 reaches critical mass within minor organs and tissues, forcing their topology to simplify. The three dimensions are compressed down to two, and internal organ details and structures such as those of the gallbladder or pancreas is lost in the simplification, causing them to cease functioning. Dude, what? Damn, that fucking sucks. Muscle mass cannot be represented accurately in two dimensions and is further compressed, causing gangrene and necrosis in these extremities. Hosts typically lose the ability to walk. As the interior marrow of bone is compressed out of existence, but blood cells cease producing and internal bleeding begins. At this stage, loss of mass is considerable, and the host will have lost 50 to 70% of their pre-infection body weight. Damn! It's Ozempic. Guys, it's Ozempic. I'm kidding, obviously. 42-year-old male D-class, death caused by diabetic shock. I'm just saying, that was quite coincidental. That was very coincidental. I do not read ahead. 42-year-old male D-class, death caused by diabetic shock after pancreatic failure. Autopsy revealed most of his internal muscles and organs were gone entirely. The flattening of the stomach lining caused stomach acid to flow out into the abdominal cavity, melting the simplified organs and tissues away. Stage 4. Late-stage SCP-8345's infection are precipitated by a buildup of SCP-8345 cells in the major internal organs. Wait, let me see. Okay. The ongoing simplification of the host flattens the lungs, alveoli, and eliminates their ability to breathe. Though this usually has no effect as the internal topology of the heart valve has already been compressed out and caused massive heart failure. Pores have closed and hair has flattened out. That'd be crazy because hair is like tiny little cylinders. So I wonder like how the hair would feel when flat because hair is so small. Like I wonder because like human hair is pretty like depending on the hair, it's pretty stiff and you can get hair splinters. So I wonder if that would be better or worse. Or like, would that make hair splinters more likely or less likely? All organ systems have failed at this point. The subject would be in immeasurable pain, but the flattening of the lobes of the brain has rendered them brain dead. At this stage, loss of mass is nearly 85 to 95%. Like steel wool, that's what I'm thinking. And the subject is no longer visible when seen from a dead-on angle. Damn, flat as fuck, boy. Sorry, that was really silly. Sorry. One of the two non-Foundation workers inadvertently exposed to SCP-8345 sample during initial discovery. Nature of SCP-8345 was not realized until 3 months later, whereupon the worker, 38-year-old male, was tracked down. Apartment was mistaken as empty until recovery agents discovered the flattened subject had slipped into the 0.75 centimeter gap between the shower curtain and the liner. Dude, that's fucking crazy. At this stage, the host, stage 5. At this stage, the host is infected by SCP-8345 cells and has been simplified and flattened onto the two-dimensional surface, where they are indistinguishable from any other marking or graffiti. Second of 2 non-Foundation workers inadvertently exposed to SCP-8345 sample during initial discovery. Worker's corpse was found being sold at an auction at Sotheby's, having been mistaken for postmodern artwork. Has been contained as the last remaining sample of SCP-8345. Discovery. SCP-8345 is believed to be extinct in the wild, and it was resurrected by the Foundation using SCP-redacted. After initial fossilized cells were discovered in 1951 in scrapings from Lascaux, a network of caves in France containing over 600 cave paintings dated to the Paleolithic, Jesus Christ, Paleolithic, primarily of large animals and humans. A secondary anomalous effect in this place, a high-pitched, nearly imperceptible supersonic whine through the cave is believed to be unrelated. Vex, I think we should go get her to watch the rubber SCP videos. The rubber SCP videos. Dude, this is cool. So this is like, this is an SCP that is meant to talk about like cave paintings and how cave paintings could be. That's really cool. I quite like that. My vote is the Volgan, but the rubber is simpler. Oh, I know this guy. I got his TikToks all the time. Is Volgan who I think it is? The Volgan, but the rubber is simpler. Ew, I'm subscribing to both. Do they have good visuals? Well, I guess it doesn't matter because I listen to them in the background. I like the rubbers a lot though. I could understand that it's simpler because they have to like animate it. Is this the one I think it is? The one that is the reason why they get like they have like the brain no remembering anymore. I get reposted of the videos, not his actual. Yeah, same, honestly. Top 3 SCPs that sacrifice everything to save humanity. And then they have like a Warhammer picture. I think that's funny. SCP Kane versus SCP Abel, the deadliest SCP brothers. Wendigo. This one looks funny. SCP-999 Tickle Monster versus SCP-01 Scarlet King looks interesting. The rubber is more visual, while the Volgun and Exploring series is far more accurate to the article. That's fair. Like, I think it would be the IKEA one. I think for me, I'd probably like watch these ones, and then if there's one I wanted to know more about, I'd probably watch the Volgun one. This would probably be how I go about it. Cause I wish that Creepcast did more SCP readings. Cause the only one they did was SCP 3000, but that one was really cool. So this one is so funny for real, for real. Okay, we'll watch it. We'll watch it and then we will end stream because I'm a little tired. I'm a little hungry. I'm gonna go help Pixels with dinner. I think is what I want to do. So let me just make sure that this is not. Yeah, we should be good.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Baker. I'm filling in for Dr. Miller. Still don't know what's going on, but today we're going to be looking at something kind of funny, in my opinion. Anyway.
Okay.
SCP-49J. Object Class Euclid. As if that
Euclid, okay.
Special Containment Procedures. SCP-49J is contained at Site 19, Site 101, Site 17, Site 81, Site 13. Clearly the person who wrote this couldn't make up their mind. Anyway, Special Restricted High Security Top Secret MK Ultra Area Region Landmass 101.5 WFML near Richmond.
That's crazy.
VA. SCP-49J is permitted to leave its holding cell only under supervision of 2 armed guards with AR-15 assault rifles and stun batons.
Okay.
Due to olfactory concerns for staff, Assigned to SCP-49J, the entity is no longer allowed to remove its mask. Description: SCP-49J is a humanoid entity wearing the period-appropriate garb of a medieval plague doctor. Further analysis of SCP-49J has revealed that under its robes, the entity is composed mostly of moss, wads of tissue, and other smaller plague doctor masks. But is
And
generally
other smaller? Wait, so if he unveils himself, he's like, bruh is just made of smaller plague doctor. That's so
with
funny.
Foundation staff,
Damn, calling him
but
stanky,
will sometimes lie and occasionally
stanky.
sweat profusely for no reason whatsoever. During
Why did he
SCP-49J's
sweat?
time in Foundation custody, it has continually claimed to be a powerful magic doctor wizard capable of, quote, curing,
I'm a
unquote,
powerful magic doctor wizard.
that which, quote, ails mankind, unquote. To date, it has been unable to cure literally anything. It typically only exacerbates conditions considerably.
What
While
about
this alone would not be enough for the Foundation to hold SCP-49J indefinitely as an anomalous entity, it is also proven capable of somehow always evading capture and escaping from Foundation sites after its true lack of capabilities are revealed. Because of this, and because of staff's unwavering curiosity as to
Grut at
whether
the
it has
Ren
any
Fair,
of the
Grut?
self-proclaimed magical healing abilities it describes, SCP-49J is to be housed and treated as an anomalous entity.
But he's just a little guy.
Addendum 49J.1. This is an audio interview
No,
which
Gru.
I'm going to
Oh
play
god, that would be Gru.
now. Hello, SCP-49J. Welcome to... I am a doctor. Yes, I'm aware. We're just doing this as a... I have the cure.
I have the cue.
Yes, well, we'll get to that. First off, can you tell me your name? Yes, quite, very well. I have the cure, good sir, indubitably. Yes, I am a doctor.
I'm a doctor.
What? Bring me to the patient. I will heal you. Jesus, what? Fuck, watch where you're swinging at. I am the cure.
I am the cure.
What in the world are you...
Me at work for real.
Oh, I get it. You're sort of a moron, aren't you? No, good sir. I am most effective. I mean, my cure, I am the cure. Very effective. The most, because I am a doctor. Right. We were gonna look into that. Let's, So, this patient has the pestilence. Yes.
Has the pestilence, yes.
Has a sore throat. We were wondering if you know of any cures to fix their ailments. Yes, of course. I am a doctor after all. Need any help over there? No. He is not the cure. I am the cure. Ah, yes. This will do the trick. That's a shoe. Yes.
Could be a healing shoe.
That will heal this person. It is the cure. Alright. Go ahead. Whoa! What are you doing? How's this
Wait, wait, hold on. SCP-049J proceeds to gesture dramatically over the patient before violently beating the patient's throat with the shoe? What the fuck?
What the fuck was that? Patient is healed. What?
The
No.
patient
No,
is
she's
healed.
not.
Wait. After a moment, the entity stops. The patient lies mutilated and dead on the tabletop. What the fuck?
No. Patient is very well now. Yes. I am the cure. Look at all this blood.
Look at all this blood.
This is gonna take hours to clean up. You just killed a person. No, they are cured, yes. Watch. Hello. Yes. I am the patient, sir. I am cured. Most
I am
Thank you,
cured.
doctor. You did a good job. You
was the best doctor.
Tis but a flesh wound, exactly.
I see your hands down there. I know that isn't the patient talking. What is this supposed to be?
Oh, look, more pestilence over there.
What? What? Oh, for fuck's sake. He's gone again. God damn it. Post-incident video logs show SCP-49J making a brisk escape through a side door. Additional footage gathered from a nearby town shows SCP-49J stopping in a hardware store to pick up, quote, a pointer wooden doctor stick.
A pointer? Oh, he's just a guy, dude.
Well, there you have it. Man, working in the Foundation has its perks sometimes. Does Dr. J know about this? If he doesn't know, someone's gonna have to tell him. Anyway, class dismissed. Go do whatever.
Dude, that was awesome. Wait, do they have more? Oh. Proceed. Go anyway. Look at this guy! Revealing very birdie face. Dude, I cannot believe he fucking beat him with a fucking shoe, dude. He just beat the fuck out of him. Wait, what's the difference between SCP-049J and SCP-049? Is he also a plague doctor? Roughly 1.9 meters was bears in the experience of a medieval plague doctor. So he's also a plague doctor. I don't know. I like Jay a lot more. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy that wants to fix people. I see nothing wrong with him. 49 is also a plague doctor, but actually dangerous. Yeah, you know what? 049J is better. He's just a little guy who wants to cure people by beating them to death, which is amazing. Thank you for sharing that with me. If you ever want me to read more SCP stuff, let me know. Or we can watch more videos together. I'm down for either. He's just like me, for real, for real, for real, for real. He's just a little guy. Hold on, is Selena Killa actually, like, streaming? Because I actually really liked her TikToks. She's not. Okay. I'm trying to find someone to raid, but Twitch is, like, bugging out. I think someone said they're not trying to get you into... I think they failed successfully. I've always liked SCP stuff. Like, to be fair, I've always liked SCP stuff. I just never had the time or, like, thought people would be interested if I read it, so I'm totally down. Oh my god, please. I just want to find someone to raid. Alright, where are we going? Where are we going, my loves? Zongi's doing art. You guys want to go watch Zongi do art? Ooh, that's cool ass art. Alright. I'm gonna go send you to Zongi. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I am going to go help with dinner. If not, then fucking just get some rest. I love you guys so much. Tomorrow we are back with D&D. So we'll be doing D&D, but do not worry. I am happy to talk to you guys in chat while you guys hang out with me. But I love you guys very much. Here is the raid message. Feel free to use it, but you don't have to if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if you did because I know where you came from. But I love you guys very much, and I will see you tomorrow. And remember, tomorrow is TikTok day. So if you have TikToks you want me to watch, you send them to me tomorrow. Or tonight. Doesn't really matter to me. Thank you for the SCP stories. Have a wonderful time, and I love you guys. Good thing about SCP is it's a concise and self-contained story, so you can just get a bite. Yes, this is true. This is true. This is true. They are much more vignettes. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for hanging out. Goodbye, everyone. I love you.